Bom dia. Olá a todos, bom dia. Que bom revê-los. Brasília está bem chuvosa, mas tudo bem. Que bom que estão todos por aqui. Olá, sejam muito bem-vindos ao segundo dia do Fórum de Prefeitos Cidades Sustentáveis. Eu sou Miriam Lucena, sou jornalista, sou mestre em comunicação.
And I invite you to come with us now. The forum is happening here in Brasilia, the federal capital of Brazil, and it's being broadcast online in Spanish and in English. We will now invite everyone to have their seat up here. The executive president of Fomplata, Luciana Botafogo. She will talk a little bit with us. She will have some opening remarks now. Let's hear them.
Esperando se proyecta. O próximo. Ok. Vamos lá. A Luciana vai tecer
So let's go. Luciana will start with a couple of opening remarks, but we will also speak about Ricardo Mourinho Felix, who is the vice president of the EIB, who is going to talk to us virtually. Good morning. Let's see if it shows up here. Maybe we can see the vice president. Let's wait a couple of minutes, see if he connects. Good morning. I'm here. So good morning, everyone here. All those of you brave to come with us for the second rainy day. You could be in your hotel resting, but we're here. Let's see if we can connect.
No.
No? Well, so I will start. If you can hear me, thank you very much, Mr. Ricardo Mourinho Felix, Vice President of EIB. On the other hand, I would also like to thank everyone's presence here and EIB, who is supporting us in the execution of this event. Also with the technical cooperation, Life and AFD. And today, on our second day, we will divide. Oh, there he is. There we go. It's a pleasure, Mr. Vice President. Good morning. We can't hear you. You must be muted. It's a beautiful place that you're at. Good morning. Can you hear me? You're still on mute. Okay, there you go. Now we can hear you. Hello, good morning. Good morning. So on the second day, we're going to have a couple of panels. The first one, which is going to happen in the morning, we're going to talk a little bit about the roles of the banks, the supranational banks, what their role is when we're talking about sustainable urban development, how they can contribute financially with content, what are their roles that they will have in this subject, helping the city halls and to see how they can help each other. On the other hand, in the next session, we will talk a lot about climate risk, how we can plan a city to be a resilient city, because the sustainable city is necessarily resilient, adapted to the climate field. And a city that doesn't contribute to this climate field or the reduction of emission of carbon. So how can we make it so that the city doesn't have a negative impact on our environment so that we can create a city that lives in harmony with the sustainability and the environment? We can also see some of the SDG subjects. I don't know if I talked about this yesterday, but all the Fomplata projects today are mapped of its contributions and how it contributes to each of the SDGs. So in the design of the project, we can see what the indicators are of these projects and how this project could contribute and to which SDG. We contribute to basically all the SDGs, except for the one about oceans. I think it's the only SDG where we don't have any project linked to it. So this is also a challenge. If any municipality that is on the coast has any initiative in this sense for taking out the pollution of the oceans, about sewage and the drainage, that some situations that we go through in some municipalities, we could make some initiative in this area. It's the only SDG where we don't have a contribution yet. But on the other hand, in the afternoon, we will talk about gender diversity. So since last year, we created a unit in Fomplata for gender with AFD, who we thank for their support to guide us of how to make this theme, the subject, more transversal. And so we've already had many meetings and seminars to bring awareness to our teams and also to work with our executors to see how to bring this theme transversally to other places. And as I said yesterday, we already created a specific credit line with subsidized resources, so a cheaper line for the gender components of our projects. So any municipality that has a project and in which in one of their actions contributes, be it completely transversally, we can get up to 50% of the project with this subsidized credit line, exactly to incentivize this type of thinking. So you can plan your project in a way that, be it in the municipality or in the public biddings. So when we're talking about the public biddings and the works that will be done, that they have this integrated vision to serve the working woman, to serve the leader, the women who are leader, the heads of families. So this entire perspective of gender, if it's included in the project and we can measure this in some way, we could get in with a subsidized credit line that we started recently. So today is a very important day because yesterday the day was more about how can I get to the federal government? How can I build my project, the lessons learned? What are the mayors who are already executing these projects share with us? What was good? What can improve? What difficulties did we have? And of course, we also had the panel about the strategic planning of your project to think of how I'm going to think about my municipality with solid waste, sanitation, from the perspective of urban mobility. But now we have more transversal subjects than all these other areas. All these topics that we discussed yesterday, they have to have this aim of sustainability and in the environment and gender diversity and youth. So today is a more thematic day where we can go in depth into these subjects. And I think we'll have some very interesting discussions here today. And once again, I would like to thank you for your presence here. And I would like to pass the floor now to our Vice President of EIB, who is our financier. We have a very important line that we've been working on for a couple of years. It's very developed already. So maybe we can have another credit line, right? Maybe in the same direction with other benefactors or a more innovative line. So now I would like to invite Ricardo Felix to join us, please. Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you everyone for being here and to hear my opening remarks. I would like to thank all the participants and the speakers, of course, on behalf of EIB and the European Commission. And the support for this event is very important. And I think that this is a good example of what this work together with the national and international institutions and the member states of the European Union can look like. The theme today is very important for the bank, for the European Union, and as well for Brazil and its citizens. The goal of this forum today is to see what the best practices are in sustainable development and to talk about the transfer of knowledge and technologies that were applied, and also the financing of these future cities that are carbon neutral, cities that give a quality of life to their citizens that is good, and that have an infrastructure focused on being resilient and adapted to the impacts that we today already feel from climate change. But we also have as a goal to take a look at the leadership of women in these regions. So for us in the European Commission and in the bank, this is something that's very important. In the project that we have and that we finance, we always have a very wide analysis of the impacts that the projects have, which is, of course, the reduction of the carbon emission, but the transition can only be successful with the participation of everyone, which includes all the citizens, with a greater role for women to have more equal leadership and also youth so that they might contribute to this transition, excuse me. And so this equality is an aspect that we find very important. The subjects that we'll talk about today are global themes. They go cross-border. And so since we have global problems, we need global solutions. That's why EIB in the beginning of 2022 created the EIB Global, which is an arm for the activities outside of the European Union. And so we work not only with financing, but with courses, technical courses and experience to work with all the countries outside of the EU in the center. And based on the experience that we've learned all around the world, to improve the projects that we are executing and to create knowledge that we need. 2022 was a very important year, not only because of EIB Global that was created in this year, but because we had a record of registering of financing outside of the EU. We had more than 100 million euros financing. So it was very significant, and it allowed us to a lot of counterparts on the other side for projects that might have been a little bit different if it weren't for our financing and with what we could get in the market to give back to our counterparts. It helped them reach their maturity on their projects, and we were able to create good conditions for this financing to happen. 2022 was also a record year for the BIE in the region of Latin America. In 2022, we more than doubled its financing in Latin America. It was about 100 billion more euros than in 2021. We're talking about a very significant growth that shows our commitment. These funds contribute to the projects from sustainable development, which is also inclusive and which brings the gender equality as one of the issues that we focused and valued on these projects. And to reduce carbon emission as well, but also to reach and meet the requirements from the SDGs and to connect the world, not only in the digital connections and through transportation, but also to work together in the area of the environment, of energy, of health and education, so that we can use our experience to benefit the people not only in the EU, but also the countries and the rest of the world, and with which we want to always more construct a solid relationship that translates what our values are, that we defend the state of law, the rule of law, and the freedom of everyone. Last year, we had health projects, such as the one with the hospitals in the Caribbean, and also projects in renewable energy sector, where Brazil has a very fundamental role in the development of projects in solar energy. We also financed projects with activities in Argentina, among other countries. We're very proud of this work that we did last year. The cooperation com Plata was made with a grant of 2 million euros to support Plata in its projects. And this cooperation has already resulted in many projects for sustainable cities, like in Corumbá and Cascavel. It was fundamental for the success, and this multilateralism is something that's very important to promote, and it's important to preserve. We live in a world where we are not as multilateral as we should be. So I ask, and I can see that it's clear that multilateralism is very important, and that through this we can create a world that is more interconnected and a world that is more fair and allows us to make a transmission to a carbon-free economy that can benefit humanity without harming some things that would be left behind normally unjustly. So we have to have a goal of just sustainability that makes it so that this change doesn't only benefit one group of people. So this is the idea of these initiatives. And this has a very important role in this transition. The challenges of the development right now are very large, including the war in the Ukraine, where some countries have projects in this relation as well. And the answer that we have to give is a global answer. And from these supranational banks, the role has been shown to be even more important with the commitments that we have with the climate risks and the meeting of the SDG goals. And I would like to finish by thanking all the participants in this event and congratulating everyone for their choice of this theme, because to live in sustainable cities is a way for us to benefit people equally, to help those that are more fragile, and to have a more equal participation in the government. Thank you very much and have a great event. So let's continue now. It's exactly on this second day that we are going to talk about the roles of the Supranational Development Bank in urban sustainable development. So who is going to introduce us to this subject is the representative of the European Investment Bank, Juana Sarmento, who we already would like to invite to get her seat, take her seat. And I will call now the other people who will compose this panel. Juana Sarmento will be the moderator of the panel, Fostering Urban Sustainability, the contribution of the supranational development banks, which will have the panelists Maria Paniagua, who I invite to come up here as well, the senior specialist for regional development at EIB, Blas Rosada, a specialist from the projects in Fonplata, Tadeu Abicaliu, principal professional of the NDB, and Saskia Berling, director of Brazil of the German bank KfW. You may start. Good morning, everyone. My name is Joana. I am the representative of the European Investment Bank. First of all, I would like to thank you, everyone, for your presence. Those who are here in person, especially, but also those who are joining us online. I would like to welcome everyone to this forum and say hello to all our colleagues, and thank you for our colleagues in Fonplata for this event and the Latin America Investment Facility, and the people from AFD who are an example of what is Team Europe, as was mentioned by the president of EIB. We are very excited to have everyone here today in talking about these important themes of the role of supranational banks in sustainable urban development. Our banks many times with the national and international banks are essential for development. The idea is to present a little bit of the EIB, the European Investment Bank. They have many names, but I think it's less known by our audience here, and I will try to complement what was said by our vice president so that you don't feel like this is a morning only of EIB. So first of all, who is EIB? The European Investment Bank is a multilateral bank by 27 countries. It was 28 till a couple of years ago. With Brexit, we have -1 now, and we are more than 60 years old. Over the years, the bank invested about 65 billion euros, which nowadays the rate would be about 365 billion reais. It seems extraordinary, yes, and we are very proud of it, but only about 15% of these are done with countries outside of the EU. This doesn't change our goal. We work together with the countries of the EU and outside. We right now are working with 150 countries all around the world, and the idea is to notice that the problems, the challenges are global, and we all have to work together in every country to reach these development goals. One important point: we have many names, the European Investment Bank, the EU Bank, but we also call ourselves the Climate Bank. Why? Because in 2009, the EU committed to become the first neutral continent in terms of climate change. It's very difficult, and we are here to support the the Investment Bank, to support them in their development, which we want to do in conformity with the objectives of the SDGs. And how does this translate in numbers? I will try to give some. Our objective is that until 2025, at least 25% of our activities contribute for the mitigation and adaptation to the climate change. I think last year we were already very close to this objective. I don't know if my colleague Maria has this data or not, but our goal is to pass the goals that we set ourselves. And now talking about our activity outside of Europe, our Vice President Ricardo said very well that in the beginning of 2022, we opened a very specific branch to work outside of Europe, which we called EIB Global. We already have this activity for many years. We changed some things in terms of governance, in terms of how we worked. We created a branch to have a more specific and dedicated type of work in these regions. So the objective is to incentivize the priorities in Europe with resources for projects that are inclusive and sustainable. The activities, so that you can have an idea, are concentrated on the climate change and adaptation, energy infrastructure, for example, sanitation and sustainable transportation, and also the private sector, because without them we cannot reach our goal, not even in sustainable cities. Also education and health care. We want to increase our local partnership with all our partners, as is the case here with Fomplata. And this investment improves the access to sustainable and resilient energy. And the Vice President told us a little bit about the numbers for EIB Global. He said last year we made almost 11 billion euros of activities outside of Europe. We also had a record year in Latin America with 1.7 billion euros being invested. For Brazilian, we had 700 million euros, which was a record as well. But what I thought was important is what we did in Brazil. We started our activities in the 90s. I wasn't part of EIB at that point. I was in another phase of my life. And we have about 50 private and public sector projects and about 5 billion euros in contracts already here in Brazil. Currently, our objective is sustainable development and climate actions in the objectives that I mentioned just now, and that are according to the Global Gateway criteria, which is done by the European Commission. I will finish now my speech. I would just like to thank everyone, including Fomplata, for our partnership. We have about 60 million euros already to support many countries where Fomplata is present already. And we are very happy to see that there are 3 projects being supported here in Brazil, but there's also one in Bolivia and Argentina. I also hope that we get a second collaboration with other beneficiaries with the objective of sustainable cities. It's not only you or us, it's all of us. Thank you. So let's start our panel with the theme of the contributions of the development supranational banks. It's a mix of Spanish and Portuguese. There will be no English, so I hope it's okay for everyone. And I will ask that in 1 minute, our participants can present and introduce themselves, your name, your institution, and your title, and then we can begin with the interaction and some questions that I think you will enjoy. Thank you very much. Good morning. I don't speak Portuguese. I can only speak in Spanish. My name is Maria Paniagua. I'm a senior specialist in regional development from the European Investment Bank. And we work in the department where we have a regional urban development office, where our main work is the investment to foster the development of the regional commission that is integrated in cities and municipalities. Good morning, everyone. I'm a specialist at Fomplata in Santa Cruz in Bolivia. My name is Blas Rosada. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tadeu Abicalio. I'm here with the people from PEI that EIB that are here for many years, and from Plata have also been here for a long time. But even though I am the oldest one here, our bank, the NDB, is the youngest one. It's only almost 8 years old. In 2016, here in Brazil, in the city of Fortaleza, it started operating in 2016, opened its office in this building. We are Fomplata's neighbors, but more than neighbors of Fomplata, we are partners. And we have been for 3 years in Brazil at the disposal of all the Brazilian municipalities, or either directly or indirectly, depending on the scale. And it's a pleasure to present you this new bank, which is formed by emerging countries, for emerging countries, seeking appropriate solutions for the world that we live in.
Good morning, everyone. Her name is Asquevele. She's going to try to speak Portuguese. She's a director of KW in Brazil. She started 6 months later, so this is why she's still learning Portuguese. She has worked for 30 years in Brazil, but KfW is here for 75 years. It was created after the Second World War through the master plan to establish and reinforce Germany after war. And now it's a bank that works globally. And she is here to represent the bank in Brazil, and they have a good big portfolio for development, urban sustainable development in the green sector. So we are going to talk more about that in detail later. Okay, can you hear me? Great. So we are going to start with some questions to our participants. I'm going to start with Maria. So I'm going to change to Spanish. Maria, I would like to know your opinion. What are your considerations, the key considerations for BEI when it comes to financing, development, and sustainable plan, if it's directly or through some financing agent? And with that, I would like to know what are the characteristics of the cities in order that they can have the funding. for their sustainable development. Is it necessary to translate? Thank you. This is a question that is, I think that the first investment, the first question we ask them when it comes to funding in the sustainable cities, either in Europe or not in Europe, is that there is a plan. These are integrated investments. It's an urban planning. Is it regional? Is it long-term strategy? And that would integrate, as you commented, and also our VP commented on that, there is the need to be an inclusive plan. It has to be a plan that integrates social considerations, environmental ones as well, and also climate changes are considered. So I think the first question that I normally ask when we plan an investment in infrastructure for a city or a municipality, and of course, after that, we also see if it's aligned with the objectives, the global goals. So there are some entities that maybe prioritize investments in infrastructure, in the urban infrastructure. So water, sewage, some residue management, and then the perspective and prevention of natural disasters related to climate change, which is really important to mention. And we are also prioritizing when we consider sustainable cities. So I believe that these are the main important points when it comes to the evaluation of investments in a city that considers to be sustainable or not. Thank you, Maria. Now in Portuguese, I think that maybe this intervention with Maria, we luckily work at the same institution, so it's easy to make this conclusion. Is the importance of the investments that we were saying for the sustainable cities, for the urban sustainable development, for them to be integrated with an urban planning based on environmental and social considerations that have this alignment we are talking about. So in order to ensure more sustainability for the population, which is the biggest objective of these sustainable cities that we are talking nowadays. So I'm now going to Spanish again. So I'm going to ask our colleague from Fomplata. I would like to know what is the importance that Fomplata is giving to the funding of the development, sustainable development, and what are the positive experiences today. On the other side, we have, on the other hand, we have something with the funding for the sustainable development. What were the solutions that can be, what are the solutions that can be proposed now? Once again, good morning, everyone. So everything that was said before at Fomplata, when it comes to sustainable urban development, it's important to the bank. And to tell a little bit why it's important, I'm going to start talking about sustainability. For the bank, sustainability is something so essential. It's named in its mission, in the mission of the bank, to support integration, harmonic development, and the sustainability of the member countries. In that sense, to support this mission, a concrete team of the bank, we've developed the sustainable milestone. When we published not long ago, we developed it, and it is a milestone that it strengthens even more, and it takes us to understand and to follow our mission. So we are aligned with the global goals and the also the world agenda when it comes to this 2030 with the United Nations as well. So this is the way that we communicate our strategies, the development of the bank, of our projects in the market. We are, I would say, one of the pioneers, the banks, multilateral, to be focused on these sustainable objectives, aligned with the other institutions. In that sense, the milestone that we would like to, it would help us directly in our mission and the importance of sustainability. And on the other hand, the context of the world scenario that was, made even more evident with the pandemic, the situation in Ukraine. The investors it's not necessarily financial, they are looking for, they are trying to invest more clearly on those that have more added value and that also have the social importance, consider the environmental impact on institutions. So I would say that this sustainable tech allows us to communicate with our investors and more that are given not just for the financial conditions, but other situations. So here I talk about the increase in the income tax in the aspect, and now particularly talking about the sustainability and urban development, and this trying to explain resilience, which is a concept coming from sustainability. And in relation to urban development, I really connected to Fomplata, and this actively, it's an infrastructure project. So our objective of project is that, so there were 18 projects for infrastructure that were guided, driven by urban development. So it's really important, the participation of the project team, really relevant in this kind of a project, basically, that the communities, communities which are vulnerable, that they play a massive participation in that. So the sewage planning, sports, projects with the youth, and this is conveyed today in our strategic plan, our institutional strategic plan. The bank has developed this for the 2026, and in this plan, we are guiding the promotion of these municipal projects, and we are today talking about this development of urban municipalities. We had this question, and this is something that is aligned to our mission. Like I said, we have put all the needs and our commitment with the sustainable development of those regions. And we have this as a milestone. So in our next, our plan, our current strategic plan is our awareness, our commitment to this development at municipal level, and all this linked to the expectations of keep developing new models and structures of funding that can really attend the municipal demands. All these are results of what we have been doing, of this progressive number of actions that are going to meet our mission. So 55% of our portfolio would meet the demands of the global goals number 11. So our portfolio, taking into account its execution, it meets these 11 global goals. Our projects, and in our president in the afternoon is going to explain in detail this project portfolio that are working with the global goals and the relevance of it, the decision of meeting our mission, our strategical points. With our experience when it comes to our participation in that sense, I think that also the mayors who showed with their municipalities, especially medium-sized cities too, regardless the region they were, and particularly in the case of Brazil, we have the same objective. Sometimes the lack of resources, human resources or technical resources, or in order to be able to prepare a project, they needed some different implementation, sometimes it's an open path, but unfortunately, they lack resources to make it feasible, okay, to make it eligible. But in this second semester, last year, the bank decided to have a line that would attend these projects, that would treat. The only objective is to support the countries and these municipalities in order to look for these resources to complement their operations, and this way can reach this level that I commented before in the beginning of this panel, this minimal level required in order to make their projects possible. This it is directly working with them. Thank you. I'm just going to talk about two things about the colleague. Bay Plata has an excellent partnership that was already implemented. And one of the reasons why this partnership is very good, it's because of the alignment we have in terms of environmental and social topics for the sustainable development. So everything that our colleague from Complata mentioned undoubtedly is being done and improved every day, and we are proud to be partners with this institution. The second point, and very briefly, we mentioned the pandemic. I don't know if we have forgotten it or not, and the war in Ukraine. I think these are two examples that unfortunately reminds us that the problem we have transversal problems. So there are no problems in Latin America or only in Europe, or unfortunately COVID came to remind us of this. And however, these supranational banks kept their activities. This was the case of Bay and Plata in terms of war. And even though we are far geographically speaking, I think that you can feel the impacts of the war every day, the price in the supermarket, the price of fuel, the lack of fertilizer that comes from the countries that are involved in that conflict, and that plays a direct impact in agriculture, which is the sustainable, which is the basis of economy in this country. So once again, I think that think globally, act globally has to be more and more evident. We have to think about solutions all together to understand that all these problems, including climate change, is with no doubt a transversal problem to all geographies. So I'm going to continue now in Portuguese. So I would like to know, considering your years of a good practice, best practice, and your experience, what are the areas of the development of sustainable infrastructure that are being prioritized by ENG at the urban level to Brazil? And also related to it, what are the main characteristics that your bank considers for the city? So the funding, the financing of the financial institutions, the international ones, work for this objective of sustainable development. Thank you. Thank you, Joanna. First comment is my personal comment. I am an urban architect. I started my professional life in the municipalities, and from that on, from this vision of the medium-sized cities and cities like with 200,000 inhabitants, we have a view of it's a unique vision of the urban problem. We have some federal issues, state issues, but every citizen live in a city, in a municipality. So this base of municipality that is a priority action of Plata, this is key when it comes to sustainable development. We talk a lot in the press, on the media, talk about climate mitigation, reduction of emissions, when in Brazil, the main issue is not emission. It's much more to the resilience to adapt to this climate change. So I think it's a practical comment. It has to do with my second speech, which is the origin of NBB that was created with BRICS. Today is not just BRICS anymore. We have Bangladesh, Egypt, Arab Emirates, Uruguay, that is concluding its integration to this. And you know that the Brazilian president, we have a governance. Brazil has from the 24th, Dilma is going to be the president there in Shanghai. So this, from the foundation of this bank, the focus of the bank in its origin, in its creation, is the financing for sustainable infrastructure. The two terms for us cannot be separated. So we fund infrastructure since it contains sustainability elements. Which infrastructures? Those that the municipalities demand for, those that they need, both to solve their problems. In the past, we are 211 million Brazilians, and 180 live in the cities. They lived from the second half of the last century, Germany, with the reconstruction. At the same time, Brazil had a process not of a reconstruction, but an accelerated urbanization, because we moved from 40 million to 210 million. So in a period of 60 years. So this accelerated urbanization generated some important deficits. So some infrastructure deficits, some service deficits that most of the cities face every day. So how to face this agenda, this 20th century agenda, that is a problem with housing, transportation, sanitation, urban amenities, that is fundamental for the daily life of the citizens. So social services, education, health, the elderly treatment. Our agenda, is growing. So 20, 30 years, we are going to be an elderly country, similar to what is happening to Europe now. So this agenda is something that we have to fix now. But besides this agenda from the past, we have the agenda from the future, the 21st agenda, that is focused on climate change, which is not it's concrete topic. In our case in Brazil, every year we know that there will be disasters associated to this extreme weather. We don't know exactly where, but we know that the most vulnerable ones will be affected. So this is an agenda of the future that has to be worked together with the agenda we have from the past, and the agenda from the future is the same agenda, because the more vulnerable ones, the poorer, are the ones that will be affected. This is a relevant point. And besides this agenda associated to the climate, to the effects of the drought, today we are going to see the half of Rio Grande do Sul, more than 100 municipalities with drought. The problems we had in Petrópolis, in Friburgo, in Joinville, in Pernambuco, in Recife, in Alagoas, now again in Manaus, and the seaside of São Paulo. This is an urgent agenda, but we have another agenda that is how the world is changes in the economy. This has to do with the centralities of the world. The development is changing, and starts showing different players, the changes in technology that affect our cities. So we have to consider this agenda treating a fundamental topic to Brazil, which is human asset. So putting these topics together, there are two huge challenges for us. The challenge of the human asset, qualification, capacitation of people, not just to use technology, but to develop it, to create, so they can consider these new technologies. And at the same time, the challenges of infrastructure that need to be sustainable now, fair, social, socially speaking, technologically speaking. So how can BEI finance these demands? I'm going to give some examples of cities that are working with us. One city, together with Fomplata Sorocaba, focused on mobility infrastructure. Curitiba, the capital, with a big mobility urban system, a pioneer. BRT is not an English creation, even though bus rapid transit is an English word, but it was created in Curitiba, and then it was expanded to other cities. So Curitiba is focused on mobility, urban mobility. There is Teresina, focused on the education, treating the human asset, the national goals. Now Serra working in a multi-sectoral project that would meet many demands from urban amenities, parks, big works of intersection to improve mobility and logistics of the city here close to Brasilia. In Goiânia, education associated to urban mobility, urbanization of some regular areas to control floods, like what is happening in Aracaju. So it's an example of different solutions, always designed from based on the demands of the municipalities. This is at the center of BEI. We are guided by the demands of our clients. I would highlight the importance of local presence. I'm going to handle a leaflet of this NDB. NDB in these 6 years, we have an office here in this building. We have lunch together with people from Plata. We meet at lunch, we exchange ideas, we talk about projects and talk about the future. We talk about partnerships. We have a financial partnership with them. When we opened the office here, we had $600 million of operations in Brazil. In 3 years, in 2019, in September, we reached now $6 billion, showing the importance of this local presence here and the demand that Brazil has for infrastructure, and the role not just of NDB, but the partnership among banks. You saw yesterday, you know how difficult, how complex it is to accredit all operation to gain this. Our problem is not with the bank that has its requirements. We as Fomplatas, we are simpler. We use some national guidelines for bidding and hiring, risk management, everything. We use the national scheme. It reduces costs because it strengthens the capacity of implementation of the laws of the country because it's simpler. But the partnership among banks is fundamental because we need to, with the limited resources we have, to increase our impact. So I'm going to give you 2 examples. Everybody remembers PAC. This was a national, for a decade. PAC financed investments in infrastructure all around Brazil. I worked at the agro business sector. Multilateral banks altogether represented 5% of what the PAC funded when it comes to water, from the sewage to dams, multiple controls for floods. All together, they represented 5%. So it's a small resource, face the demand of the country. Another example was COVID. COVID brought us a huge amount of challenges and also opportunities to learn. What was the big learning we had? What's something we learned with COVID? The need to work together to solve big problems that need a big actuation that impact really. So for the first time in Brazil, a national program put together 5 banks, almost 4.5 billion, putting euros and reals all together, NDB, BID, CAP, all together, we financed the national program of emergency action. Part of it was for the emergency aid that benefit that benefited families that were led by women, and the second part was for the economic recovery to fund this credit for small and medium companies. If it was not for our work together, we wouldn't be able to generate 4.5 billion in such a short time for the national treasury. This is an example that we have to learn from. So first, if it's a big problem that one cannot work alone, how do we look for partnerships? How do we compose this scope of funding? Like we did for Sorocaba together with Fomplata or COVID at national scale. Secondly, these are complex projects to be approved at federal level. We need to optimize resources to choose the projects that impact more. This resource that is expensive, even though it is cheap, that would generate more impact. And thirdly, within this planning model, because we understand that we are preparing a consultation letter that is going to be analyzed in the end of the year that would generate a low one next year. So we need a cycle of projects associated to our planning. It doesn't help taking a project to be paid this year and place the consultation letter because it takes time. So it has to be planned. And fourthly, demand for the municipalities that are not ready for having good projects, because if they do not have good projects, it's not it is engineering project, it's a solution that is designed, because I cannot implement a urban mobility project for VLT that involves resettlement, economic activities in the life cycle of 5 years. When I have the loan, then I will prepare the executive part. So it is a message for the federal government. It's necessary to finance banks and projects. So if we have the project there at the right end, so to choose the actions that would impact more, to decide what bank would be more appropriate to that kind of funding, or how to compose all this to make something which is complex but would result in positive things for exchange of experience, exchange of knowledge. How can we make it possible in 5 years? If a government takes only 4, if we do not have these elements, we cannot make this feasible. So it's a very pragmatic agenda. All the multinational banks, we have the condition to cooperate with you, to look for appropriate solutions, to bring more knowledge. Besides resource, it's important to associate this idea of maximizing impact and having good projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Tadeu. I think that we were all very impressed with how passionately these questions were answered. I like to take notes just to give some main ideas. The first one that I wrote down is partnerships. It seems like a ready sentence, but I think that especially when we're talking about development banks, the supranational development banks, as well as the subnational and the national ones, it brings us to our second point, granularity. So the impact, how it reaches the person at the front lines, because if it doesn't impact people, it doesn't impact the cities. So how can we get to the front lines? How do we get this knowledge? We all represent different institutions, and maybe from all of these ones here, EIB works with more countries. They have a lot of transversal experience. We still don't have a representation in Brazil. We hope to have some good news soon. But in fact, how can we face these difficulties with partnerships? So how do we get to the front lines? Through the partnerships. And we have Fomplata with co-financing. We have in many places with KfW. And I hope that we do so with NDB, and we have with national banks as well. And without a doubt, it's the best way to look for our goal, which is sustainable development. I know that this question was very long. I'll ask another question to our representative from KfW. This question has to do with the cities and with the fact of what the main impacts would be that impact the cities with this climate change. So how does KfW, which I know is very involved with sustainable cities, how is your role and your capacity to support these cities that are in these initiatives for sustainable development and environmentally friendly to strengthen their resilience, as was very well said by Tadeu? And if you can tell us a success story, we would also be grateful. Thank you very much. Thank you, Joanna. Yes, as you mentioned, we are a development bank, and we are the financial part of the official German cooperation program. So all our financing must integrate to the political framework that was agreed upon with the German and Brazilian government. And we always try to address the sustainable development goal, and all of our projects have to reinforce their contribution to the SDGs. In Brazil, we have projects, as was already mentioned, in the sustainable urban development area, and especially here in the sanitation and urban mobilization area and energy efficiency, and for the just transition and gender issues. All of our loans are accompanied by non-reimbursable funds, normally used for technical assistance. And like that, we can contribute to the themes of adaptation and mitigation of climate change. And with that, KfW supports the municipalities, the city halls, and the cities to being more inclusive, resilient, sustainable, and safe. As an example of success stories, I could cite Metro in Bahia in Salvador and the VLT in Rio de Janeiro. They are two urban mobility projects that promote the reduction of emissions, an adequate mobilization technology, and the integration of transportation means that can contribute to a more efficient system and that can bring benefits to the population, be it on the health sector, but also in security and safety, which we find is important to support the gender issue, to improve public transportation, for example, with adequate lighting on the roads and wagons and parts of the buses and trains destined to women. In sanitation, we have an example in Belo Horizonte and Curitiba that address a series of problems that were mentioned already by my colleagues. The increase of demand of water, the inefficient use of water, great losses in our distribution systems, and pollution caused by an inefficient treatment of wastewater. And we also have in our planning a new project that will be aimed at the drainage systems. And this is to avoid flooding, which have happened a lot in the past. And with that, I will respect our time that was given to us for our remark, and I will finish. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Saskia. I would like to just make a quick comment. One thing that you mentioned, which I think is very important when we're talking about sustainable development or the climate area, that it has to be a multidisciplinary area. We have to see it from other perspectives, like gender security and security and health. When we're talking about sanitation project, it has an impact in the healthcare area. We're talking about sustainable transportation. Maybe here in Brazil, it's not as applicable, but EIB has a subway project in India where there are wagons that are specific for women. And of course, this brings some problems. But when we're talking about public lighting, of course, it's very important. But what about the security that comes together with this? So I think that these analyses have to be multidisciplinary, and I know that all the people here have the capacity to do this, as well as the national and international banks. And without a doubt, through the examples and the projects that we implement, we learn and share our experiences. I was going to ask Von Plata how we are in the time. I know that we're a little late. I don't know if we have enough time for another question. They're telling me that we don't. But then we will have a coffee break soon. You can look for us, ask us questions. We are here to help you. We have our business cards. But even more than that, we want to hear from your experiences and from your worries. So thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for our colleagues. See you soon. After this very enriching panel here, we would like to thank all the participants. We will have another presentation, and right after the presentation, we will have our coffee break. But let's call our dear Wagner Araújo, who is the Secretary of Economic Development in the City Hall of São Gonçalo do Amarante. So I would like to invite Wagner to come up here, and he will talk exactly about the case study lessons from an urban experience in course, the vision or perspective of a mayor. So now we would like to invite Mr. Wagner Araújo to come up here, and we will watch your presentation, and right afterwards we will have a coffee break. Would you prefer to speak from here or with a microphone? Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Von Plata, for the opportunity, and congratulations for this organization of this event. The Mayor Heraldo Paiva, who was going to do this presentation, was here up until yesterday, but he had to return to São Gonçalo, our state, because you must be watching in the news that we are in a public security crisis with attacks and buses burning, including in São Gonçalo. This required his immediate attention, and he had to go back. So I will make the presentation that he would have done. São Gonçalo is a metropolitan region of Natal. It's where the international airport is located. It has about 120,000 inhabitants. And I think that with the inauguration of the airport in 2014, which before it was in Ipamirim, which was in the south of Natal, it came to the north part in São Gonçalo. So the metropolitan region of the capital, if we can call it like that, had a turnaround. The demographic movement and development, which was all directed and aimed to the south part, now is going to the north, which was the end of the metropolitan area. So, but beyond the airport, we have some touristic activities in the north, like some beaches, for example, Genipabu, Muriú, and others. And we're very strong with wind energy in the whole northern region, and also oil activities, where there is also as well a refinery for oil, and there is gas and oil exploration and extraction. So right after Natal in the northern region, it was impacted by all these projects. So the city, the municipality had to go through, or has to go through, a quick structuring of construction of infrastructure to facilitate these projects and the impact caused by these projects. Just for you to have an idea, São Gonçalo is located right here next to on the corner of Brazil. So there is also a logistic opportunity, so that because of its proximity to Europe and other continents, we have other opportunities. And with that, we created our project together with Plata because of the marriage of necessity and opportunity. What were the necessities? The necessity is that the city needed infrastructure such as basic sanitation, corridors in integration for the neighborhoods, and the improvement of life quality. Now, what is the opportunity? First of all, the access to external resources. As we know, the municipality rule that can access these exterior resources is not a lot. In Rio Grande do Norte, there are only 4, including São Gonçalo. And São Gonçalo was the only city in Rio Grande do Norte that had the grade A. The 3 other ones, including the capital, had the grade of C. So we had this opportunity. We had financial balance as well. It was agreed upon in unanimity. I had just arrived in the Department of Development. Before that, I had the experience of leading a project for development in the state as well. We had the support of our technical consultant who helped us. And with that, we created a consultation letter. We sent it and got approved by Coffee X. And then we went to the execution phase. The project's objective is to create the execution of the many works and distributed actions in the following states, for which we needed resources. We had a little bit of the resource, and the main part for works and construction sites and urban mobility construction and the implementation of parks and bike paths. When we received the mission from Plata, the first mission of reconnaissance and analysis of our viability of our projects, there was one detail that caught our eye. They went to analyze first the technical quality of the projects and the existence of the projects, what are their nature and such. There were 3 consultants, one about engineering, one who would evaluate the environmental impacts and the issues, and one to see if it's another consultant who is actually present here. I don't know if she's here right now. She's right over there. She went to analyze something that is very, very important for the success of these programs, something that's called institutional capacity or capability from one municipality, a municipality that is in a stage of growth. There are things from a big city and has a characteristic from a small city. If they really have institutional capability to execute such a program with this level of demand and resources, following all the regulations and everything that's necessary. And this was revealed in 2 ways. One, in a very accurate way with the analysis of our local regulations, of our agencies and the administrative structure of our municipality. And this was also shown in another very quick way that only took 1 second, which was our current president of the bank, Luciana, at an event in Rio with the then mayor. She went to the mayor and said, "Are you not going to give me any work? If not, are you not going to give me any problems? Then we will approve it. But I want you to give me this approval that you won't give me any trouble." So it's the institutional capacity of a municipality to execute such an action, such a project such as this. It doesn't give any problems or trouble to the bank. It's to deal with everything that was predefined. It's to take all the careful steps and the zeal that is necessary. So it's this very simple approach that was done, Luciana had this touch of commitment, this contract that was created of great responsibility between the municipality and the bank and the other stakeholders. So every time that we're discussing, we remind them or remember that we are not going to give them any trouble. Let's not go outside of everything that was defined in the contract, in the planning. So this is something that we zeal for. We have the technical and environmental supervision, where we hired a company to do this, and there the municipality didn't have the condition to pay for all these projects, construction projects, to be executed with all the analysis and technical assistance, not only for the monitor and control of the constructions, but also in the technological control, executing lab trials to discover information about the asphalt that was being used and the concrete. So everything that is executed in a construction site normally, this was all done with the help of the technical supervision. We have an external audit that is done by the audit office that can be hired. There are many audit companies, but there we decided that instead of investing and wasting our investment with an external company, we had a partnership with the audit office from the state. So our experience with this project, I had experience with a project that I did before where we could have this partnership with the state audit office, and the counterpart was done with the approval for courses and equipment. And we brought this experience to the project in São Gonçalo. The audit office, how does this work? Is this good? Is this bad? Well, first, at the end, who will judge our accounts is the Court of Auditors. Even with all these different ways of understanding things, we went through a risk that even if the audit approves our procedure, the Court of Auditors from the state might not approve this. So this would only happen later on in the next phase, maybe in 2 or 3 years in the future. So if the Court of Auditors is the auditor, it brings us the advantage that we are being audited by those who will judge our balance and our accounts. So there is no difference in understanding by those who audit us and who will judge us later. We even did the courses from them. The Court of Audits sometimes has a hard time understanding these external financing projects. Maybe with Pomplata, it's a little bit different than the other ones because the hiring regulations for them are about the same ones that we have here nationally, with some different demands. And in the international bank, it's different because it was very different. And we suffered a lot because the Court of Audit, the State Court of Audit, would always question some procedures that were based on this international regulation. I used to tell the Court of Audit that they are always playing the role of that driver that drove a manual car that would always try to, that now he's driving an automatic vehicle, he would always try to look for the clutch. So the Court of Audit would recurrently have to question things and say, and we had to say, oh, it's the bank regulation, it's not the national regulation. But we didn't have a lot of this trouble because of 2 reasons. First of all, because the Court of Audits already matured. It created a coordination department for external programs, and because the regulations are the national regulations from Plata. The general information from the contract, it was signed in 2020. It had a deadline of 60 months. In 2025, it should finish. We didn't have any additives or any additions. There were 6 reimbursements, and we already paid 4 installments. That after this period where where they don't have to pay, we now started paying the installments. The physical financial position of the program, we had 28 months that the program has started, and we've already given 80% since we use a rotational fund system where some amount of money is being freed, and then we ask for more to be liberated, and it comes later. We have some difficulty with the counterpart, so we are a little behind of what it should be, because we had some problems in these last few years from the pandemic and a sharp drop in the tax collection from the municipalities with the new law 194 from 2022 that reduced tax on fuel to reduce the price of fuel. And this impacted the income from the states, especially those states and municipalities that have a higher dependency off of this budget. We basically have 2 revenues, which is energy, fuel, and telecom. So we lost a big part of this revenue, and we are now seeing how we can compensate for this. So I will conclude by going through a couple of pictures of the construction projects and showing the impact that they have in the municipalities. And these construction projects are transforming São Gonçalo de Amarante. It's going to be a different city after these investments. Here we have the paved roads, the bike paths in red highlighted here. I know that BNT doesn't, the ABNT, the Brazilian National Transport Association, doesn't, it's not mandatory. They don't make this mandatory, but we've done this to have an even safer and more and clearer bike path. There is a lot of maintenance, but that's how we did it. And that's it. Thank you very much for your time. I'm at the end of my time slot already, but here there is basically a story of all our images. Thank you very much. Thank you, Secretary of the Sustainable Development of São Gonçalo. And so everyone, now we will have our coffee break, and we would like to ask you to come back in 10 minutes because our day today is very full with a lot of very interesting things that we can see. So please, let's try to keep it in under 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Sustentáveis. Vamos falar agora sobre gestão de riscos climáticos para um desenvolvimento resiliente e sustentável. Quem vai nos introduzir desse assunto será o consultor do consórcio TIPSA-AESA, Ian Carremans. Ian?
Esperemos.
Sim, pode começar.
Muy buenos días a todos. No vamos a esperar más.
Good morning, everyone. We are not going to wait longer because we have a short time. And as I said, the ambassadors of the European Union, Javier, we have to be brief. So I'm going to try that. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to the audience that is here. First place, I would like to thank everyone, all the team, the organizers of this event, especially the Luciana Botafogo, who is here. Thank you, Luciana, and everyone from the team who are here doing their best for the success of this event. Thank you for Luciana and her team, Álvaro, and also I would like to thank for everybody, the technicians, cameramen, everyone who are here doing great work. And also, before anything else, I would like to excuse myself for not speaking Portuguese, but I would really have to speak Spanish, even though you wanted to hear Dutch. And this is a session that is going to present some of the results that we've had with the work of the team of the financing agency through the banks, the Bank of Investment of IFI from America Latina Fund that started working with us in 2019. And from then on, unfortunately, from August, in August, we are going to end our mandate. So specialists that are going to represent our results in the following session. They told me to be brief. It's not what I usually am, but I'm going to do my best. And anyhow, I would like to thank the consulting company, the two companies that hired us, Gypsum, Javier, and from TISA in Spain and Belgium. And overall, I would like to thank Maria and Joanna that you've seen in the previous session. They are our friends here in the country, and they are giving all the support for us in all our consultancy work. So the topic for today is the management of the climate risk for the development, for the sustainable development. We understand the frequency of these extreme climate events, and it's really concerning. Actually, climate change for the human beings, this is something that has happening at great speed. This transition to a sustainable system is something that is really urgent, and a transition that is required not only at the municipalities, but also at the banks that equally have their risks, especially financial ones, facing those climate changes. One example of it is the banks and their clients, the loans to the municipalities, and the clients start getting some difficulties to pay for their loans because of the disasters they face, and this can happen due to a natural disaster that are related to the climate changes. So this represents really a big risk. And this requires, so for a management system to manage this climate change, and these systems implies in a big amount of a big preparation. So the municipalities get ready, they have like a toolbox that we are going to show further, but it's like a toolbox called the climate risk box for risk assessment and risk assessment. So it is a toolbox that is going to follow now. It's going to go, will help engineers to predict what is going to happen with the weather in their zones, in their regions, in a very good way. We know obviously that there are many cases of safety when it comes to climate change, problems with water, the level of the scientific research. However, climate change has a big it's not so predictable, so it represents a big degree of safety, so it's better work with it than not working with it, right? So I really have to be brief. Would like to pass the floor to the members of this panel, and actually I would excuse I'm going to give priority to someone, to Cascavel, so I would like to ask him a question, and then after it, and it's an excuse for him to use the floor. So, but I would like to this to ensure that also the members of the panel have to be brief. There is a system of, for example, we have a present, I think, a gift. Okay, as I am that. And I'm going to speak for 5 minutes. I'm going to present them with some cheese. So if they receive the cheese, they will have to be brief, okay?
También tengo un queso holandés para Luciana, que le vamos
so,
más adelante, pero aquí está.
This cheese is going to be given to another person, this cheese that I have here with me. And I have a question to you, Mr. Silva. I hope that you understand. I will have to ask the question in Spanish. What is the experience of the municipality when it comes to climate risks? What experience do you have with the climate risks, and how do you take this? How do you solve these risks in your municipality? And how do you think that the sustainable development facing this problem, this climate problem, as you can, how can you ensure the sustainable development face this climate change and this other scientific information that help with that? So talk a little bit, please, about your experience when it comes to that. I would like, on behalf of Dr. Luciana, to greet all the agents, all the banks that are participating here, on behalf of the Congressman Daniel, that gives the honors with their presence, to people from Paraná, Heraldo, representing the government of state. So I'm going to be brief, obviously, in respecting the agenda of this event. And the question, I will ask your question by saying really comprehensively, because we all, who are there in the municipalities, this congressman was also the mayor, they understand that great part of our time is for solving problems. We need an agenda for solutions. I think this is the biggest challenge. So thinking on that, I am mayor of Cascavel since 2017. And when I started as a mayor, I had been also a council and a congressman. So we created an agenda that needed to look the present, the future, a medium long term. So we had in Cascavel, this city that is located in the west of Paraná, 520 kilometers from Curitiba, 120 from Foz do Iguaçu, which is our land border. We are the region, we produce a lot, but as any other city, any other growing city, it's a big challenge. So we created a tool that is called an Institute for Planning, Cascavel Planning Institute. And we didn't have this planning institute at that time, but I see the importance of planning and also the importance of the project. So together with this institute, we created a project office. So we created in Cascavel the institute, and we divided the city into 12 regions, 30,000 people for each territory. So we have a population of 350,000 inhabitants. So when we created the territories was to gather the problems that we had, problems with the structure, mobility, and we found out we didn't have a mobility plan. A city that has the biggest right, we had 350 inhabitants and 276,000 vehicles. Due to the capacity now of the GDP of our population, which is around 15 million reais, so 26,000 per inhabitant. So a city that has lots of positive aspects, but evidently a growing city. So allows me to say that in 2020, in the pandemic, Brazil had 3.9 drops, São Paulo 3.9, our capital, Cascavel, growth in the pandemic. So it's a city that needs an organized administration. So we gathered these problems and this agenda that we call infrastructure, development, and sustainability. This was really necessary to be done because due to what Cascavel is and will be in the next year. So when we created this institute, we found out in this survey that we would need around $200 million for these investments in infrastructure, of mobility, creating alternative routes, cycle lanes. We have now 52 kilometers of cycle lanes, collective transportation. So we needed money because the budget of municipalities are always really tight, 50% just for payrolls. And this development is good, but when you build more schools, more health units, you increase evidently your expenses. So it was really necessary to look for partners. We had a contract with BID of approximately $57 million among the counterpart of the municipality. So we looked for Itaipu, which is a partner. The president is being nominated there in Foz do Iguaçu. So we had a partnership for the infrastructure of environmental parks and rural roads. Cascavel has 3,500 kilometers of rural roads. So we got together with Itaipu the resources to build those roads and to protect the road, protect the rivers, because that water would cause some troubles to our rivers. So we are over 3 basins, Piquiri, Paraná, and Iguaçu, and we have a natural reservoir. So we look for partnerships with BG and Itaipu, BRTM, with the implementation of electric buses. We're going to have 10% of the freight now in 2023. And I would highlight the big partnership that we have that has already started with Fomplata. And I would like to please the dynamic, the easiness it is, how user-friendly it is to use Fomplata there at Cascavel, very objectively, very technical. So for this agenda that you asked me about, we have a partnership with the government in the state of Paraná. They are really sustainable. We have 2 important programs that are the Sinais da Natureza. and what we call Selo Clima, which is like a climate seal. This is what guides the municipalities. This is the infrastructure that totals around $130 million, approximately 600 million reais, is for this agenda. Environmental parks, mobility, and the development, creating a bank that is the Women's Bank to finance projects for women in the city of Cascavel. So, of course, apart from fairs and other activities for the development to create new jobs, for the new job creation.
Ok.
Sí, muchísimas gracias, señor alcalde.
So thank you very much. Obviously, you would have to leave, but now we have the opportunity of listening to Benoit Maudit from France. He is here to represent the Rifafontaine.
Sí, lo siento mucho. Perfecto. Entonces,
I'm sorry. So there is a question for you, but before answering it, please introduce yourself and then answer the question. Then the question will be asked, okay?
Puedo presentar, sí. Pues me llamo Benoit, trabajo en la división del cambio climático y naturaleza en la sede de la FD en París. Y entre otras cosas, nuestra división apoya a los equipos.
I work together with our company, with some translational teams. We work to reinforce the impact of projects that we used to have in terms of mitigation or adaptation to climate changes. And I am now more particularly in charge of the projects of urban development to support this urban development in our agency. Thank you. I would like to know, how do you use this tool? The financial data, the climate terms with the capacity of payment of claimants, of the low ones in particular, especially when you finance local level. And in this point, there is a diligence process of topics where FD puts particular attention before reaching an agreement to finance some climate action. And also maybe there is some successful cases. So if you can now proceed. I'm going to develop a little bit what I know better, the importance of taking into account the fragilities and consequent to the adaptations to climate changes. My presentation.
I will go on in English if you don't mind, because I feel safer, let's say. Okay. When we lend to municipalities, we have two modalities. One is through the central state. In that case, we take the risk on the state and not directly on the municipality. So the appreciation of risk, of course, is different from the case where we lend on non-sovereign risk, meaning that we take the financial risk on the municipality, which is also a modality of lending that we have. In both cases, however, we make an analysis of the financial stability of the municipality, even, of course, if there is a guarantee, or even if the loan goes through the central state. We also have two kinds of approaches, let's say, when we make a loan to a municipality. Either we can finance a specific urban development project with identified components, or in some cases we can also make what we call public policy lending. In that case, there we support a public policy, for instance, towards a more resilient and climate-friendly city. And there will be, in that case, a matrix of objectives, actions, indicators. Of course, in the first case, it is easy, let's say, to identify specific investments and the risks that can be linked to the investments in question. In the other case, the point of view is more general, but nevertheless, we can identify the risks and vulnerabilities in the city, and it can be also, let's say, support to the adaptation plan of the city. Concerning climate-related financial risks, we have two kinds of approaches. We have a systemic approach, meaning that we have made some time ago a stress test on AFD loan portfolio as a whole. This was a requirement from the French banking law, and it was taken into account the default risk of each borrower in the portfolio, and we, of course, took into account both the physical risks linked to climate hazards and the transition risks linked to activities that, for instance, in the case of a municipality, industries that can be present in the city and that could disappear or be at a risk to disappear due to changes, for instance, in the energy sector, when we change from carbon-intensive electricity production to more carbon-free energy production. So this is one approach that we have had, and another approach is, of course, on a case-by-case basis. Each time that we provide a financing, there is an analysis of the financial risk associated. We have that the climate financial risk study made systematically for the private sector or private companies, not so systematically with municipalities, where the issue is more complex, of course. But we have a study at project level, meaning that we consider each time we provide a loan, we consider the project itself and what are the resilience issues. And for this, we have a tool that takes data from various databases, international databases that maybe you know, and it collects the data and gives, according to the location, the sector, urban being a sector, it provides an idea of the intensity of climate vulnerability according to various issues such as water shortage, flooding, of course, high temperatures, etc. And it gives, among other things, one of the results of this tool is to provide this visual chart with the level of each vulnerability at present time or historical, and at the forward in 2030 and forward in 2060. So this is one tool that we use more systematically for each project that we have. And then our objective is to maximize the climate, the resilience of the project, maximize taking into account the climate vulnerabilities in the projects that we finance. And therefore, we use these common principles, principles that are common to many development banks. And these principles are in comprise three steps. One is to identify the risks or vulnerabilities linked to the project and the area of the project. Second is to check the willingness to actually address these vulnerabilities. And third is to identify the actual activities and components that directly address the vulnerabilities in order to reduce them. This is a process that we follow systematically in order to make sure that the significant climate risks are taken into account and addressed. And and finally, the objective is to maximize the climate, what we call climate co-benefits, meaning the climate contribution of the project that we finance. Globally, our objectives are that 50% of the financing that we provide annually should be what we call climate finance, both adaptation and mitigation. And can also say it's the commitment is to provide annually, globally, 6 billion euro climate finance per year, of which 2 billion euros adaptation. So we have a minimum level for adaptation, which probably you know, globally doesn't receive enough financing. And another objective is that 30% of our financing should contribute both to climate and also to biodiversity, because biodiversity is also an issue. As you know, it is affected by climate change, and it is also one of the solutions to address climate change. To finish with two examples, recent examples of projects that we supported and that have a impact in terms of climate resilience in the cities. One is in Porto Alegre. It's a project that we co-finance with World Bank and with a program with emphasis notably on the creation of green areas, which have a contribution to the fight against urban heat island, and also an emphasis on drainage of rainwater, which of course contributes to the fight against urban flooding. A second example that I took is Kachimba. It's 2 years ago we provided a loan for a project where mostly based on the freeing a land area occupied by informal housing, but an area that was at high risk of flooding. And in order to cope with that problem, there was the creation of riverbank protections, of a linear park alongside the river, creation of stormwater drains alongside the roads, and a resettlement program for the people to a safer area. So this is a contribution to the fight against urban flooding again, but also a program that made a wide part to nature-based solutions. So that's it for the moment.
Thank you very much.
And if you have any questions, of course, I'm very happy to contribute.
Very well, thank you very much. Very interesting to hear about the stress test. That might be interesting on a voluntary level for some other development banks to apply as well for the whole portfolio. Also very interesting at the urban level to see the graph of resilience issues for the different sectors, which is would be very interesting to apply for us as well. It's a good thing to know that there is this agreement between Von Plata and AFD, which means we will have an easier access to different methodologies that you're working with. Now I would like to give the floor to Sí, estaba yo hablando en qué idioma. Espero que no fuera holandés. Perdón. La desventaja de hablar más de un idioma. Sí, ahora me gustaría dar la palabra al diputado federal, señor Gilson Daniel, que tiene sus 5 o 6 minutos máximo para que nos cuenta. En particular nos gustaría saber cómo puede un gobierno federal fortalecer el desarrollo sostenible y resiliente de las ciudades.
Can get to know and influence cities to make this urban sustainable development. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and we'll see you on Sunday or Monday. So what is the role of the federal government facing problems that arrive at the municipality in its area of influence that might have a contribution from the federal government, and how can they help? Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Mayor Leonardo. It was great to have this opportunity to be here with you. We're talking about the effects of climate in this very important forum that deals with the climate and sustainable development of Brazilian cities. I'm in my first mandate as a federal representative, but before that I was a mayor of the city of Viana, a city that suffers a lot with rainfall. And in these heavy rainfall seasons, many Brazilian cities go through difficulties, especially because they are not prepared for quickly respond, not only for the population, but for the climate effects that have happened over the past few years and has been intensifying. In the House of Representatives, I started already an agenda about managing for risks and disasters. This agenda, which has been very seen, especially with the climate effects that have happened, especially with the rainfall in the state of São Paulo. We had the case of the city of São Sebastião, and last weekend Manaus as well. We had 8 deaths, and in São Paulo it's been over 50 deaths. So this is really a very relevant topic that needs to be discussed in the House of Representatives and in the federal government. And apart from this parliamentary front that we have to talk about and align our principles when we're talking about risk plans. Nowadays, we have 59% of municipalities, about 3,300 municipalities in the country that don't have even one disaster prevention plan. And the municipalities, when they go through these periods of disasters, and I saw this in the United States, it's not very different in the state of Espírito Santo. In the moment of that the rainfall affects us, we have the time when the city becomes resilient to fix that current problem because of the rain, but there is no preparation for the next period of time. what happens in many municipalities, and it's been our experience, is that when you lose a bridge or a road gets damaged, the public power goes there and fixes this current problem, but it's not thought about what has to be done the next time heavy rainfall falls or happens and creates disasters. So we've had in the municipalities problems in relation to the rainfall, but there is no plan about what to do. And not only that, there's also the lack of financing. And I'm hearing a lot about financing being talked about here. And I would like to suggest that all the financing that is being done by the banks and that is going to be done by the banks, they could be thought about a plan for the reduction of risk so that the municipalities can do not only infrastructure construction projects, but also have a long and medium term planning in relation to the heavy rainfall seasons. Not only rainfall, but also drought, which many municipalities in Brazil suffer from. And so our job in our House of Representatives, in the Representatives Chamber here in Brazil, I introduced a project that would give 50% resources that come from deals, like we had the judicial agreement in Brumadinho, or these impact agreements that happen from suffering from natural disasters. That part of this goes to a public calamity fund so that we have resources to finance these plans of diminishing risk in our country, especially in our municipalities. Nowadays, we have agreements such as the one with in Brumadinho of 37 billion reais, excuse me, where none of this is destined to the prevention of disaster. So can you imagine a disaster and 37 billion reais from this disaster, and none of this amount was destined to prevention of disaster? We are very close to finishing the deal and agreement for Mariana. It might be the greatest one. And the prediction is that the same is going to happen then. So I've been working in the Chamber of Representatives so that we can approve this project and destine 5% of these resources for the prevention of disasters. These cases that happened in Mariana and Brumadinho are different from the cases in São Sebastião or Iconha in Espírito Santo or Manaus. But if the municipalities are financially prepared, they definitely can predict and mitigate the risks and take our population out of the area of risks, which basically every city in Brazil has. As I said, 3,300 municipalities in Brazil don't have a single plan in relation to this. Right now, we are seeing the effects of the climate change, and we need to strongly work on this agenda so that the municipalities, and especially the poorer population, because the person that is going to live in an area of risk, it's because he doesn't have anywhere else to live. So we need to work so that the country can look out for these people, and we can finance the municipalities to take out these people from these places so that these events that happened in São Paulo and Manaus can be avoided. That's my contribution. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for staying in time and for your brilliant presentation. So let's continue with my friend here. We're a little bit ahead of time, so now I will go to André Sampaio. It's our colleague. André, if you would like to introduce yourself, then the floor is yours. Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you for this opportunity for us from Fon Plata to be here. It's great to be here at this forum. We are very happy with the objectives that we have reached and are still reaching. My name is André Sampaio. I'm responsible and I'm the specialist for the social and environmental unit at Fon Plata. Currently, we have 2 specialists, the chief of the unit in Bolivia, in Santa Cruz, and me as a specialist here in our office in Brasilia. It's a pleasure. Very good. Thank you very much. So now we have a question.
Okay, adelante. Pensaba que nadie iba a darse cuenta que estamos brincando la pregunta. Perdón.
So I will ask you a question. So, Andre, the Plata Fund supports, or it's very clear that in their plan, they make loans with great perspectives aimed at sustainability and community. And this, as was mentioned before, has the objective for having sustainable development. And if I'm not mistaken, we destine a lot of this to the developing countries, and how much of this is destined to the development of the local government in relation to climate change? And what are the goals that you made out for this? I'm sorry for having to repeat the question. Yes, as our president said in her opening remarks, today in our operation portfolio, we basically serve all or meet all the SDGs with the exception of some. And we think that what's most significant for us is that we are bringing to our municipalities, our medium and small municipalities, a global agenda that many times is not participated in by the municipalities because they are global issues. So we bring this discussion as a multilateral organism and organization to the Brazilian municipalities. And in the municipalities, we can see a transition that is happening in paradigm because of all the environmental circumstances that the world is going through that I think are always more aggravating as well. The municipalities are very open to these types of interventions, these types of projects, these types of programs that have an environmental and social and climate issue connected to it. In Brazil, we basically have two extremes. One of always having more rainfall in a shorter period of time, which has brought a lot of floodings and landslides and creating catastrophes, as was said by the representatives, that not only impact the social and environmental aspect, but also the economical one. The municipalities have realized that the economic impacts are significant. And on the other extreme, there is also a heat wave that brings a lack of water for us that is always increasing in Brazil. There are regions in Brazil that are going through a desertification process, and the advance of the coastal cities in Brazil that have been suffering with the advance of the water and the water level into the coast. And we have many portfolios in Brazil where we can work together with the municipalities in Brazil, for example, Cascavel and Belém, which we are starting right now, where we've been able to see that the municipalities are interested in this agenda to develop an agenda that can bring value in the climate issue. So we have a lot of parks being built, bringing a connection from the permanent protection areas, the APPs. So we're trying to create this amplification from the urban area, and with those parks we can connect it to pathways, to bike paths, excuse me, so we can incentivize mobility on foot or by bicycle. So this agenda has increased a lot in the municipalities, and this has increased a lot as well with the projects that are directly related to the mitigation and adaptation to these climate changes. We also have examples of basic sanitation projects. Yesterday, we talked about the lack of drainage in many cities where this, which is very connected to this mitigation of the climate scenario. So we had also here examples like in Itajaí, where we have micro and macro drainage systems that were implemented, taking into consideration these climate scenarios, and that can today meet a demand that was in the past from flooding. And nowadays it's in this climate conjecture that is happening in Brazil and in the world. So these are projects that have grown a lot because our niche, we work very close to the municipalities. So when we're talking to the municipalities, we talk on the same level with them. So we want to really help them and to be able to implement our SDGs, because our great challenges are that the SDGs are there defined, but many times on the front lines, this does not arrive to the municipalities, for example. And we as multilaterals and specialists in this area add this knowledge to the Brazilian municipalities, and this strengthens internally. And I, as a social and environmental engineer, can see this, it's contributing to the global process. And Plata does not have an environmental policy. It works with a policy from the country, but we have social environmental guidelines where we evaluate in the preparation process of our projects. We evaluate the social and environmental risks of all the interventions that will be in our operation. So all the construction projects we analyze and we classify from A to Z, to C, excuse me, where A is a high risk and C is low risk. And this is because we work with the country's policies. It makes it so that the specialists also know the policy of the country, because if we have a high risk level, we need the analysis of the country to be a risk, even though it's an independent analysis. So if I have an analysis from Fomplata, probably the process in the country might be a little bit more complex with public hearings and consultations. It will need an environmental impact study. So sometimes there is an interface, the guidelines from Fomplata and the country's policies. But of course, that for the categories A and B, we have a differentiated classification. It's on our website. It's open to the public on our website. And we have CRVA, which is an instrument that is very important to evaluate the risk and climate vulnerability. And this CRVA is very important because it presents a series of content with technical information that will help in the preparation of these good engineering projects, where there will be data, information that is important, so that these issues can be incorporated in the operational engineer projects. Thank you very much. I went a little bit over my time, but thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you very much. Congratulations for what was presented here today to our colleagues. Thank you very much, Benoit. Thank you very much for your presence. Now we will finish this session with the presentation of our colleague from the technical assistant from Fomplata, Mr. Holm, who is of Swedish descent. We have some time for you to make your presentation. My name is Soon Holtz. I'm working as a consultant for Fomplata, specifically dealing with climate change. And I have a presentation about how the development is going and how we can get closer to people. This is the climate risk. I'll put it in English. The vulnerability of climate risk on the level of a community and the ecosystems and structures and socioeconomical structures that are susceptible and able to face these adverse events from climate change. That's what's written here. Here we are making an analysis of climate risk vulnerability assessment, CRVA. The first step at Fonplata is to bring a quick CIPA. The first part of CRVA, that the climate risks are classified, so before the technology is mentioned. When we're talking about these systems, we developed them at Fonplata with a team, a social environmental team, that are working on this issue with a very big team, and it's in each city and each project. One example of climate vulnerability, as you can see in the case of Rio de Janeiro. But this is something very important. In each meter on the coast of Brazil, because there are smaller phenomena here, not only in Rio de Janeiro, Florianópolis, Itajaí, São Gonçalo. We're going to bring some examples of this as well. Because we do these CRVAs, it's an evaluation for the climate events to help the municipalities to identify and evaluate the vulnerability risks and to bring solutions to these, and to give resources to improve resilience and public health, and to show the leadership with actions about sustainability for the climate. And in this project, we have the CRVA. It's starting as an initial streaming, which is the quick CRVA. We are preparing all the paperwork, the numbers, and the data with sources. And this makes it so that there is an evaluation of the vulnerability and climate risk. And here we have some points. The first one, which deals with the local stakeholders, and also to reduce vulnerability. Following that, there is an identification from the adaptation, of course. And the last one is the sensibilization and to promote resilience in this entire process. It's a process that has to be done this way because a project is not in a detailed design from the beginning. So there are changes to the project because we repeat this cycle over and over again. So you can see at the request of Fonplata, so far we have about 44 projects, 20 of which are in Brazil. The next ones that we will do we'll have 2 CRVAs each month. The production time for CRVA, for the quick CRVA, is of about 12 days. The CRVA is done by a 4th consultation, and this allows us to influence to the detailed design of the project, the evaluation of the risk of the climate events, and also the interested parties to guarantee the use of knowledge from Plata. Some examples of Brazil, where the process of CRVA has given good results since the beginning. In São Gonçalo do Amarão, there is a situation where the rainfall has gone down. Here we have the curve. Now I will show not only the rainfall that is increasing, and the situation in São Gonçalo de Amarante is that we are expecting an increase in temperature at the end of this cycle. We are always thinking that we have and need more information about this rainfall. And we need to use something that can serve us immediately to increase climate resilience. And that's something concrete can get inserted into this detailed designs, and values for the average and yearly rainfall is not enough for this. That's why we have to identify the meteorological phenomenons that are extreme, that are the most important in the last 20 years. And these climate tools indicate the precision. And this allows us to work and respond to the municipalities that asked what the impact was. And so we can tell them that there won't be a lot of rain or heat waves and so on. And in this analysis, we have to take a look at the rainfall and the heat waves. And it's important that the climate change and its projects that deal with this are protecting the communities and the social impact. And we will also give some examples now. Here in Sampaio, for example, here we have been for more than 20 years. Each day, we have the rainfall in relation to the area this month. So we have a very large database, which allows us to work beyond the basic facts. This transforms the curves that are tools, main tools, to determine the amount of drainage that is necessary, so it's clear to us and at the same time, using the same database, we have an information for each rainfall. For example, here we have the strongest event that was in June 2000.
For the people who do not know these graphs, this can be used for discussion to ensure that these planners are taking this into account, for the development of the rainfall in that period. Another tool is a tool which is really complex, really comprehensive. This is a very good tool to understand where the resources, the drinkable water is in the world. So this allows us, now we are going to see, to check the blue lines. Because of the time, I'm not going too much in detail, but this is the levels of the reservoirs. You can see the undulations of the line. So if it's less than 50–40%, this is bad. And in this case, we have these events there. Okay, and with that, we can show the authorities and discuss the consequences of it, and then vinculate it together in order to learn from history, in order to protect for the future, discussing what caused the event, what the vulnerability is, and so on. In the case, this continued months and months, and we have there the final situation. You can see there the blue line that is going up, that is rising. Is it good or not? It's not so good, because the effect of El Niño, there is a temporary effect on the waters. So this is not the time not to do anything. We have to follow and plan the solutions in San Gonçalo. And San Gonçalo is an example of a strong immigration. So more people, less water, the higher temperature. This is just as an example, right? As you can see here, in the case of São Gonçalo de Amarante, as there is no information available on the climate situation, that would take some time for us not to take risks. So we are always discussing, seeing the projects. This is another example that we can illustrate to show that we can do much more. Some examples are that the original project that was designed, many elements didn't consider a very elaborated drainage, or we see this month by month how this drainage was improved after the discussions about the rain. A drier São Gonçalo, but at the same time more humid than the extreme events. So we have the worst scenario there. The documentation allows to see that where there is this or not, we are talking about numbers, concrete figures, an important source of information. And lately in São Gonçalo is one of the regions that we mentioned before that is below the influence of the sea level. Not because of the waves in São Gonçalo, but because the resources of the water will become saltier. This is why the this is the reason the sources of water in São Gonçalo is really limited. So we can say that climate change is considered in the case of São Gonçalo. That's why also another example, Cascavel. Cascavel has more rain than in São Gonçalo and more temperature, I would say warmer. So here, if it's warmer, I'm going to say that in Cascavel has a system, a drainage system that is combined with the green parts, cycle lanes, and they are eliminating this urban heat problem, the warmer temperatures in the city. They just allow to identify this, to activate these stakeholders to increase resilience, and also some help to identify green projects and to eliminate other projects that are not related. So this is all considered in our, so I would like to thank you all for your time. Thank you, Jan Kaimans, who moderated this panel, talk about climate risk management, and Sami Holt, that has just presented his topic. We are going to have an afternoon full of panels and presentations with lots of good things for us to learn. So I would like you to ask to return at 1, okay? So we are leaving now. It's 20 past midday. If we can return 20 past 1, maximum 1:30, that's okay for you? So I wish you all have a very nice lunch.
Já tomem seus assentos. Olá, boa tarde. Convido então os participantes do próximo painel sobre desenvolvimento urbano iOS-ODS para que subam até aqui a senhora Catina Argueta, Maristela Baione, Heraldo Alves das Neves, Diego Ruiz e Ana Azevedo. Podem tomar seus assentos aqui acima. Eu vou fazer uma breve abertura e já. Vamos lá?
Let's go.
Boa tarde.
Good afternoon. We are back to the Mayor's Forum Sustainable Cities, and at this moment we are going to talk about the topic, the urban development and OSDS. The person who is going to introduce us to the topic is the presenter, Catina Argueta. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the Executive President from Fomplata the invitation to participate in this Mayor's Forum in the Sustainable Cities. By greeting her, I greet all the authorities here. With no doubt, urbanization is a mega trend that has an impact, a significant effect on the world economy and the society, in the quality of life of people, in the future of a democracy, as well as the global consumption of resources and energy, and in the future of Earth as a whole. According to some predictions, until 70% of the population will live in cities until 2050. This growth will happen almost exclusively in the developing country, especially in the cities, the middle-sized cities that will have a big growth. This growth comes with a series of challenges and opportunities. Between the relation of climate change and building, and this urban building and the resources management and the supply of appropriate housing, the opportunity of a good job for everyone, the exploitation for solutions based on ACTs, and to ensure food safety for an urban population, urban population. The 2030 agenda promotes equity and development of the societies facing the inequalities we have in the cities. These are the objectives and goals related to the sustainable cities, especially with the Global Goals 11. The cities are becoming key players for the implementation of 2/3 of the global goals, transforming governments and communities into crucial players of our global future. Urbanization is a process that goes beyond the cities. The interrelations, the spatial interrelations, the settlements and their surroundings are increasing. These approaches and development contribute to a change in paradigm in direction to the planning. The adoption of an integrated approach ensures the inclusion of other regions and sectors and other stakeholders, as well as different levels of government. It promotes the balanced development within the ecological frontiers, developing the 2030 agenda recognize the interdependence between cities as fundamental pillars for the inclusive development, sustainable development. By approaching the central topics of the development in Brazil implies necessarily a discussion on urban policies and the participation of governments. It demands for integration, cooperation, coordination, and dialogue in this government, functioning areas and other players. For the sustainable human development and an integrator of the global goals by decision of the United Nations. They have been partners of the government at different levels, supporting the implementation of specific public policies and key sectors based on approaches, multidisciplinary approaches, and integrated also to accelerate the responses, the effort of countries to meet the global goals. In Brazil, they are working with state and municipal governments in Bahia, Pernambuco, São Paulo, Rio Grande do Sul, Amazonas, Piauí, Mato Grosso do Sul, Pará, Rondônia, and Maranhão. And there are in topics related to the preparation of diagnosis, analysis of situation, buying some data platforms and indicators to monitor the implementation of the global goals in their regions. We expect these partnerships to be taken with other states. The ideas that are being shared in this forum is specifically the next panel tries to generate reflections around these interventions of development and its consequences, social, economic, and environmental consequences to take or to lead to better choices in terms of synergies, dependence, divergences, and the acceleration process that it generates. I would like to conclude by congratulating Complata on the efforts of their operation, their alignment with the global goals. And I would like to emphasize that this increasing action in many Brazilian municipalities where the life really takes place, recognizing that human settlements are strategic in order to meet the global goals. Without no question, the Agenda 2030 will be decided with the preparation of effective solutions for the cities. Thank you very much. I would like to invite Katina, if you want to take a seat here. Let's continue then. And now we are going to start the panel of the use of global goals in projects in Brazil that is going to be moderated by the resident representative Maristela Baioni. With the presence of the panelists that are already here on the floor, Heraldo Alves das Neves, the president of Fomento Paraná and director of ABDE, Diego Ruiz, the consultant of GIPSA-ESA, and Ana Azevedo, a manager of regional projects at AFT. Good afternoon, everyone. I can see that. Sorry, her mic is. Okay, so I'm going to start again. So good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. We can see in the audience there are many friends of mine. So welcome, everyone. I would like to thank for this invitation. It's an honor to participate in this first part with my boss, Katina. So talking a little bit about what was said by Katina Guetta, we have to look the city's human development as it's a fundamental role of the cities through the SDGs. For that to be done, as it was said before, the need for financing, coordination, planning, supported by evidences and analysis, so we can really reach the objectives. So, and we have a fundamental role, this panel has a fundamental role on it. So I'd like to welcome our panelists and to start our debate by inviting Heraldo Alves, who is from the Agência Fomento do Paraná and also ABDE director. So he introduces himself and also answers some questions. I would like to hear from you a bit about to share your idea. ABDE, as you know, recently made an analysis with 20 institutions, 10 of them, correct me if I'm wrong, if I don't have the right figures here, but 10 out of them showed an alignment of their activities, their operations with the SDGs. So we have this more and more incorporated in the system of foment and development. So we would like to understand a bit about this plan. We have the proposal of a fund for the SDGs in order to support the national system. And the idea of this plan, this fund, is that the lines can be diverse, the lines of funding from, we understand, please confirm if it's right, also through an intersection with other financiers, some multilateral agencies, some other financing tools. And this obviously will impact states and municipalities, which are the borrowers from this system. So now you can take the floor. I will pass the floor to you so you can explain a little bit more this initiative. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. As you demanded, his name is Heraldo Neves. He is the president of Fomento Paraná, which is the foment agency in the state of Paraná, part of the national system. and also the national system that has ABDE as an association that congregates all the financing institutions of the government in the country. I occupy the director's chair, and I am here representing our president, Janete Lontra, who is from Rio Grande do Sul. And I would like also to greet all the panelists here on behalf of Maristela Baioni, who represents PNUD here in the country. PNUD is a fantastic partner of Fomento Paraná, especially with the very important work that we are carrying out to place the SDGs as a matrix, as a guideline, so all the institutions can internalize from their specificities to some financial support, some credit lines or participation, business risk. This is part of our mandate according to the central bank that regulates all our activities. Also, Ana Azevedo, who is the manager for the National Agency of Development, partners with Curitiba as well, and Diego, a consultant for these Fomento institutions as well in the country. So just to talk a little bit, how long do I have? What's my... Sorry, I forget to mention that you have 5 minutes to answer the first question, sorry. And then we are going to try to have another round with additional 5 minutes to each of you to answer questions, okay? So 5 minutes, start counting now, right? I hope so. So just allow me to talk a little bit more about our system. There is in the country the national financial system that congregates all the banks, all institutions, financial institutions that are operating. And within this financial system, the national system, we have what we call the national system of Fomento that congregates commercial banks with a development portfolio like Banrisul, which is a bank controlled by the Rio Grande do Sul. We have also in this system Banco do Brasil, Caixa Econômica, which are controlled by the federal government, and also present in the system, a very rich system in all the states of the federation, from the cooperativist system as well, which is really strong. They have they are growing a lot in the states of the South. They are really present now in Minas Gerais and São Paulo. Also, the big volume of the Fomento national system congregated by the agencies of the trade agencies. One of them is the Fomento agency in the state of Paraná. So this is the national system that has the association ABDE, which represents all of us. And ABDE is part of this moment that we are in now, looking for this important link in order to meet the SDGs and contribute to the health of the country, let's put this way. The Fomento national system basically acts in two big fronts: investment projects, from investments with pavimentation until more structuring projects. And we also have an important focus on financial support to micro and small companies in the state, not in the country. In Paraná, it's not different. We focus a lot on that niche because we understand that's our role. That is the role for the Fomento National Network. Big projects, structuring projects, especially focusing small business, because those commercial banks, traditional banks, they do not allow to all the regions of the country, especially related to the small businesses. So I would say, Maristela, that naturally, when we decide to work as a tool for the development of infrastructure or bottlenecks of infrastructure in focusing on small business, familiar agriculture, we are naturally associated to the SDGs. given this vocation, we are now looking for, we have this partnership with PNUD that has as a goal, as a basic goal, to structure funds related to the financing of the Sustainable Development Goals. We are now looking for it as an important front. Our plan in ABDE, this was designed last year with the participation of the 34 institutions associated to our ABDE within the missions that there is one in particular, which is to work one goal that would be to strengthen the national system for payment. And as I suggested, relating this in the system, we have from big banks like BNDES, that is the biggest development bank in America, in Latin America, but we also have the payment agency working in some Brazilian states, and they need alternative sources for resources. We used to repeat it. We have to think about the Sustainable Development Goals, but we also have to think about the strengthening of the small payment agencies who play an important role in the country. So one of the elements of this strengthening of the payment national system is to find new ways, new resources, so we can the institutions can meet their role, to distribute these lines, to maintain small business, some structuring projects, and also to promote these goals for the sustainable development. This is why this partnership is really important to us. We have bet a lot on it as a tool, as a set of tools, I would say, from the structuration of this fund. And we think that this can ensure the fronts for the offering new resources to these agencies, and that can be used as maybe a fund for the financing lines related to the SDGs. And maybe that can also work as a tool for the financial institutions that have this available for their audiences, their public. So maybe we can meet these three basic requirements. So these, the prices, guarantees, and also to offer some sources of resources for institutions who do not have them available. Okay, so basically, this is what we consider in terms of goals for the fund that we are structuring. Okay. So, as a model for quotes or investors in relation to this fund, we are considering having the participation of the three government levels, the country, state, and municipalities, that they can also have as an investor some quotes, the banks themselves, especially multilateral ones, bilateral ones. We also imagine to include them, it's pertinent, these local levels to leverage these SDGs here in the country. So basically, as shareholders, we are thinking about these levels, these different levels of governments, and also the banks that are here in partnership with the Brazilian government. So basically, talking a little bit about our objectives, that would be this, and talking also about the agenda. I know that my time is almost over, but we are today in a status of this fund, in the final stage of a preliminary project. We started this work after the 2030 agenda in September last year, and at the moment we have this status of the fund being designed maybe this first semester, or the possibility of an offer in this forum that will take place in August. So basically, that is the status of this important action in partnership with PNUD. So for the first moment, I think this is what I have to say. Thank you very much. Thank you for your speech, and also thank you for the partnership. So thank you very much for your speech and this partnership with UNDP. And just to have a link with this national system of fomент reorganizing itself, strengthening the small agencies, but creating also new tools, looking for this diversity of funds. But this is all very important to broaden the resources for the promotion of the SDGs, but there is another side, which is the destination of projects, using metrics. How do we measure all these? And then, Ana Carolina, I would like to pass the floor to you now, so you can talk about how AFD is dealing with all that. If you have this technical support to the municipalities, if you have a new kind of like a rule, how do you measure this? What's the metrics? Né? How do you understand that if the projects that are being presented, they bring or not an effective contribution to meet the SDGs? And also, if you want to, if you can comment how AFD is working on this decision-making process to choose the projects, who are your partner, especially those financing intermediates. Okay, thank you, Maristela. Good afternoon to you, to everyone. Geraldo, the consultant here, Diego. Good afternoon to all the participants here. I know that after lunch, it's a little bit difficult for us to pay attention, a little bit sleepy, but I thank you, everyone, you that are there online. But firstly, I would like to thank Plata on behalf of the president, Luciana, and all her team, Rafael, Claudio, who helped us a lot to prepare this event. So I would really like to thank you all. Today, the second day I participated yesterday, it was really interesting. I think the topic that you brought yesterday, these are really relevant topics, especially this relation with the federal government. I think it's always worth to make it clear. And I would like also to thank our partners, Bay and Laif, who also have done an excellent work with us. So thank you to these participants, their teams. And I think before answering the question, I would like to introduce myself. She's Ana Carolina Azevedo, manager of projects at AFD in Brasilia. So this supports Brazil, Argentina, and Paraguay. You are going to meet our regional director later on. And today, we have more than 15 years in Brazil. So AFD is an institution, the oldest development agency, but here in Brazil, not only, but because it's 15 years is a lot already. So today we have these operations directed to municipalities and states, so loans that can be taken directly, and also with some financial institutions like mentioned by Maristela. So besides the credit lines, we have a lot of technical support to offer, because I think that at AFD, the most relevant topic is development, is to give this support, not just the money, but the means to execute, to reinforce the institution, either if it is a financial, state, or municipal institution. So today, our action, we can say that it involves climate, but also the SDGs. But of course, we have a bigger work, like Geraldo mentioned. Each institution identify what are the sustainable goals that they have a bigger action, and also the interest, like a more strategical. So we have now our own methodology. So in our operations, we do like an analysis of this support to the SDGs, and we can identify what are the ones that interest the most. Of course, there are some others that we can name as transversal ones. So, for example, the issue of gender is something that is always transversal to our operations, and somehow now, thank God, it has been given a bigger strength, not just at financial level, but with states and municipalities operations directly involved with this topic. And I would also like to comment that I am really happy with this panel because it's super balanced, it's like 50-50. Congratulations on it. And now to answer your question, AFD, like I mentioned before, we have our own methodology. So today we see that many states that come to us or financial institutions, they already have an analysis of what the SDGs are. So they say, look, I have a primary analysis, like a framework of what the SDGs are in my state or my municipality or my financial institution. So what are the SDGs that these institutions, either public or state or municipality, what are the SDGs that they have a bigger adherence? So in the case, for example, of the financial institutions, we are a more an agent to help them. So besides the credit line, we have some technical cooperation. So we leverage the institutions to an international level, let's say. And then, as Geraldo mentioned, today, these formed agencies, the development banks, they play an important role in Brazil to ensure that the resources are going to reach the ones that need more, because sometimes some small municipalities, they cannot ensure a loan with Fomplata or another. So these institutions, they can access these markets, let's say, that somehow wouldn't reach us by themselves. So we intend to act by reinforcing our institutional capacity, our portfolio, the portfolio of these institutions, if they have the SDGs analysis, so how we can reinforce for this to reach international level so they can access different funds or funds that are there available in the market, and these institutions more and more stronger will be able to access this fund. So AFD also comes with this support.
And in the case of cities and municipalities, normally it's an adherence or of strategies. So as I said, the cities and municipalities look for us depending on what AFD has been working on in the past, which is a leverage of strategy or a reinforcement of capacity, and the necessity to increase the number of lines or activities related to a certain theme, which in this case is gender. We have received, I can say, many interesting proposals about this theme, and especially in the financial institutions. So we are very motivated. I think that's it. Thank you very much, Maristela. Thank you very much. And what you just said reminds me a lot, because we are here at an event promoted by Fomplata, but it reminded me of an award that Fomplata received from ABDE and the Ministry of Economy, right? Since they changed the names, I got a little confused, but now we're back. And in this award, I remember that one of the very important elements was the effort that Fomplata has been doing to simplify the processes and the instruments so that the municipalities can access this financing. And in your speech, I think that this effort from AFD in this sense is very clear, to give technical assistance in the front lines so they can access and take back these resources. So I think this is a very important path for strengthening capacities subnationally so that we might amplify the opportunities for the reach of sustainable development. And now I will invite Diego Luiz, who is a consultor of the TIPSA ESA, so that he might tell us a little bit about his experience and what he thinks is important for the financial development institutions to consider when they define their methodologies aligned with the SDGs. And beyond that, I would ask you to seek to focus a little bit up on the SDGs 5, 3, and 10, because they're very transversal. So how do you think that this can be done with the respective methodology? And since I had the opportunity to talk to Diego before this, if you could tell us a little bit about what this project will be done in Fomplata and how the follow-up on the many projects will happen, how this local analysis is done in the perspective of the sustainable cities to seek urban development. So first of all, I would invite you to introduce yourself and then to answer these questions. Thank you very much, Maristela. Good afternoon, all. I would like to, first of all, thank Fomplata, especially for having received a technical assistance every year since we've been together, which gave me the opportunity to follow a process. And this is a privilege to a technical assistant, and it showed the result of all of our work. And so Luciana gave to us, opened the doors for us, for the bank, and her work style facilitated for us to participate with all the work that is being done by the bank. And today, the financing is very successful, and I understood that it's not always the case, and it's not always easy. So I would say that before answering your question, we are going down the right path. We are present in Brazil, and I had the opportunity to work with municipalities in Brazil, and this experience that I can tell you now. So to answer your question, I believe that Carolina said very clearly that there is a necessity for the financial institutions. And this first necessity with this technical assistance is to generate so that we might adapt ourselves to the changes and the necessities of the bank, like we saw in a very concrete example in the last session, which are the fragility analysis of climate fragility. So this analysis also helps us to work towards a carbon market. So the money is adapting to the market and to the projects. The common language for us are the SDGs. So the projects on the market have to have a common language, and the capability that we're bringing is to not only improve the networks from Fomplata with other financial institutions using this common language of the SDGs, and this will also go directly to social society, to society. And also the investors. This is always becoming more interesting for us. So the idea is to collect funds and capture funds. And with this capacity of developing our network to the outside, we see the necessity to develop together with the SDGs a bigger capability of coherence, because then the technical assistants can review their issues such as, for example, climate change inside of the bank and action plans. So we develop a capacity to have many options to be implemented in this context. So in this moment, another way to focus is to develop the capability to initiate. The bank right now, about 2 or 3 years ago, Fonplata was a development bank, but it still didn't have the contributions to the SDGs, but we had many support units. So nowadays we are supporting the development of new units that deal with gender and development and a common language for us, which is the SDG. So this capacity of having initiatives that we are now doing with Fonplata happened because of strategies and plans that were created. But going even further, for us to land on these SDGs, what we have to do is develop the indicators so that we can measure this contribution to the SDGs. So then we have the whole development of capabilities for the management of the results. And project by project, we will revise the portfolio and the SDGs. So nowadays, Fonplata has already identified, which we will see later on with my colleague Ignacio, who will present the SDGs to us that Fonplata has and how we identify ourselves. And we will see that we have the capability to say that the SDGs contribute to Fonplata and its projects, but we want to go even further with pilot projects to identify little by little that and which SDGs are important in which project, and to not forget the SDGs that exist and that sometimes are not directly seen in a project. So this work is very important for the work that is being done in the community to give all of the information. And I had the privilege to go to these projects and to understand and to ask questions to see that the reach is actually further than all the projects go. So to answer your question, the identification of these transversal indicators is very important and they are not easy to see and to find. So many times we have and see activities that are a result of a project that don't have an indicator and aren't being measured. But if we take a closer look, many times climate change is present in these issues. But how do we measure this? It always has to do with the way that we're finding a focus of the evidence to support the situation. So in this context, we have to, in many transversal projects that deal with many SDGs, we have to find and try to strengthen the finding of these results. And so this goes beyond the projects, the transversal SDGs. We want to bring them to the municipalities, which can be the goal. And at the bank, at Fonplata, when we're talking about transversal SDGs inside the institution, we need to deal as well with gender. And not only in the operational part, but the institutional sector as well. So that's what we are learning right now. And we're having a great milestone in the evaluation of results that takes a look at the institutional and operational cycle in the entire project time period. We also included the design phase in the entire cycle, which comprises of many stages. So here, my colleagues from Fonplata that go to each municipalities know the situation very well, and they can say that Fonplata didn't have any SDGs before, but now that they were identified, they are present. And the objective in the bank that nowadays we have is that this comes not only from the banks, it comes from the municipalities as well. So when projects come to us for us to analyze, the proposal already comes together with the SDG. So this means that the panorama is different. We have the same language now. We are using the same language. And now to see how to measure it is important. And I believe that we have taken big steps so far. So it's as if we were in the Olympics and we, instead of doing a large step, we have a leap in this situation. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much. Diego, thank you very much for your explanation and congratulations on your work. As you were talking, I was thinking here because we were thinking that this first exercise to align the SDGs, it's very simple. And we have seen as well situations in Brazil and around the world where such activity or project or company is aligned with the SDG, but sometimes there is an element that is not necessarily able to contemplate all the aspects of sustainable development. And many times there is an aspect that offsets in a different way. We have seen this happen as well, this one that is greenwashing, where we're saying that we are working towards sustainable development, but I end up having some activity in my project that offsets in a different dimension. Another topic as well that we talk a lot about are these safeguards to guarantee the rights of the rural and traditional people so that they are not negatively impacted by any projects. So there are many elements of a project where the simple crossing with the SDGs are enough. And so I would like to congratulate all three of you for your effort to work more in depth in creating measurements and metrics that make sense and help us advance in this agenda, and has a domino effect that one element and aspect might have on the other one. I saw here that we still have about 10 minutes. So first of all, I would like to propose, if you agree, that if you could comment on the real challenges. We can think about financial institutions that finance some projects. So I can think on the field of energy. I will finance this because it's clean energy. I won't finance this because it's fossil fuel based energy. So these are very clear areas, of course, but there are projects where the choices are not so clear. So I would like you to comment on some experience that you've had with projects where their choices weren't so clear, and how we can solve these types of problems. And if we still have time at the end, we can still have a quick round with the audience. So if you have experience about this and would like to comment on this for 2 or 3 minutes each, and then we'll answer questions from the audience. I'll start with you first, Heraldo. Can I? Oh yeah, I thought you would begin with the ladies, but I'll start and I'll repeat what I said before, that one of the main challenges for this implementation of the SDGs is the source of how to structure this SDG fund that we thought would work with 3 trends. Bruna, our sustainability manager, reminded me as well of the possibility of financing projects, not only giving credit lines, but entering with financing instruments that we are conceiving together with you. And another point that I find interesting to fill this space is to internalize in the national promotion system the guidance that this, apart from the external financing, there's also consultation, because it's very an important part of our 2030 strategy to strengthen the system, which means that we integrate ourselves into this network that works on behalf of the advancement of the country, of course, connecting it with the SDGs. So in summary, I understand that external help and consultation is very important for us. And as you said yourself, Maristela, we had a quick diagnosis in relation to the alignment of the goals and the lines that we made available for our public, be they micro and small companies. And these goals from 2010 are aligned with these other goals. And I see that these other 10, when they are reached, are naturally related to the SDGs, but we have to get there and talk to them based on a methodology. We're working together with UNDP, together with the German agency GIZ, but in this moment we need to work more closely together and to help the financial institutions so that they might implement their action fronts, having the guidelines of the SDGs to base themselves off. And with that help, we are working together with you, which is a very important aid. And we want the national system to always more deliver what it's there for. I think that's it. Let's go now to Carolina. Well, so I think from our experience, I can say that my action with the financial institutions is stronger, even though I know of a couple of projects with some colleagues that we do with states and municipalities. But a project that for us was very interesting was the financing of the health department in Porto Alegre with the people from BRDE, which initially was a financing where we said, oh, okay, we can put this a little bit on the climate part because there will be an efficiency from the building, but there's also a health aspect because, of course, the hospital's essential activity is for health. And there's also an issue for serving the customers because there are many programs that are destined for youth and women. And that's where we have the issue that you mentioned, Maristela. How do we measure these indicators of this operation? So as sometimes there are many transversal indicators, you can't measure this exactly. But for us, it was a very important project, be it on an AFD level, but also on a government level. It was an emblematic project, and we learned a lot of lessons with this operation. Another operation that I can cite as an example is the Pampulha Lake that we financed with a project in Minas Gerais from BNG. It was a very emblematic project as well in relation to our first mission with them, operation with them. Now we are on our second one. It was a project that worked a little bit about the aspect of biodiversity because this lake is close to a park. So there was the aspect of biodiversity. There was an aspect for serving the population that lives close to the lake, but also from the park to create bike paths, leisure areas. So it was a project that we many times say is multi-sectorial because it encompasses many activities. But at that moment, you can't know how the measurement will be done. So I like to say that not only on AFD level, but on the institution level, this is done because this was a project that was financed a long time ago, between 2015 or 2014, 2015, where the SDGs already existed, but were not a factor at that time that as they are being taken into consideration now, which is primordial, the Agenda 2030, the 17 SDGs. So we had this ex post evaluation of this operation, and we saw that this operation is aligned with what SDG, what would be the strongest SDG, what would be the transversal indicators. So even though it was an emblematic operation for us and for BDMG, and for the state, we had a lot of work to do, a big challenge. So to answer your question, from what I can remember, it's these two operations. I know that nowadays we have a portfolio of more than 150 operations for the public and private sector. So generally speaking, as the line of credit can be for municipalities and for the private sector, there is the aspect of having to define some elements that might be different in a municipality than it might be for the private sector. So this is a little bit about the challenges that we faced. Maristela, thank you very much. Now I would like to ask Diego, please, for an answer. Yes, I can already tell you something about the challenges, because Carolina told us, for example, about the indicators that were mentioned before, which is the design of a project. So I can talk a little bit more about the challenge of the implementation. There, we have a very big challenge in a short and medium deadline. It's very difficult because as the portfolio and the necessities grow, and we see investment, especially in the capital indicators for the sector that we're seeing in all the SDGs, we have the risk of greenwashing and other additional risks. But in the moment of the execution, they ask for a lot of information to avoid all these types of risks. So this was a portfolio that was very intense for the executors, such as the municipalities. So that's what we have to deal with and try to harmonize so that the information is the same. Only the important information comes so that these risks might be avoided and mitigated. This is a very important work. So we have to not only harmonize, but also do many other things in the aspects of this project. And in the case of the ODS, there is a great fear, so much so that each country has an obligatory taxonomy, where beyond the projects, we also have to make the information public from all the segments that are being done. So that means the markets that are being auto-regulated, but they have to follow regulations. One of the challenges is that we are trying to work with the projects to not make them be late. Thank you very much. Is it better now? Okay, good. I think that we learned a lot with you here for us to have, and we still have a lot of work and joint effort in the future, because we end up learning and constructing together. But from a perspective of improving the financing system for development, the focus of ours, which was the cities, was a main aspect. And we here at the UNDP have been working together with the taxonomy and with many cities to try to find instruments to reduce risks and many other elements that we end up being a small supporter of this promotion program and system. But we learn always a lot with you who are in the front lines with the implementation and execution of the projects. I didn't want to go too much over time, but I also wanted to open up very quickly here for any questions. If you are really eager to ask a question here, feel free to do so. Not for the mediator, okay? Only the panelists. Please, introduce yourself. Is there a microphone? to be used? Yes, we have 2 questions only. We'll answer these 2 questions and then continue. So there is a question over there. Could you bring him a microphone? Please introduce yourselves before you ask the question, remembering that the difficult questions go to the panelists and not the moderator, okay? Good afternoon. My name is Mauro Souza. I'm the project manager from the government of the state of Amapá, and I'm graduated from the Public Administration School and Local Development and for the goals of the Sustainable Development. I graduated with another colleague here in 2009. From there, we were very excited, and I went to my state to help align the questions to the SDGs. Unfortunately, they asked me, what is the result that this brings us financially? And I was very sad because I said, well, us who live in the Amazon, I see the necessity that the projects are aligned with the SDGs, but we don't have anywhere to seek support in the legislation that obligates the states to foster resources for these projects that are aligned to the SDGs, while the agencies value these types of projects that are aligned with the SDGs. This, in a way, strengthens the issue of sustainability. So, first of all, I would like to congratulate you, and I would like to ask you, the states in the North and Northeast, which are the most affected by the development of sustainable developments, what are your goals to implement legislature or foster legislature that could add or bring more adhesion to these projects aligned with the SDGs? That's my question.
Fiquei impressionado de ver esse movimento ao contrário, né, vindo de estado e município, buscando a
Was
implementação.
impressed to see this movement trying to implement the SDGs, looking for these legislations. I would like to collect the next question, and then we answer them all together, because we have just a minute for each question, even though they are difficult ones, but this is the time we have for it. I think you also had a question, so please, you can ask now. Just something that I would like to mention. My name is Carolina Vera. I work with at Fomplata, with the municipalities in Florianópolis, Joinville, Vila Velha, Ponta Porã. There are many municipalities. So I'd like to say something just to complement what Diego said. We have been working a lot in this learning with the municipalities, because the municipalities in 2-3 years, they are trying to place their consultation letters. They are mentioning the SDGs, but it's just a reference. When we receive the project at Fomplata, we do a deeper assessment, a deeper evaluation, a more technical one, and then this reference starts being a selection of SDGs that would contribute, that the project would contribute to this technical analysis for the engineering projects, the assessing the risks. This is important, but we work together with the municipalities, okay? It's not... The Fomplata is a partner, you know, we really work together with the municipality. So this evaluation is done together with the municipality. It's a technical assessment, and not always the SDGs are there in the consultation letter. But I would like to say another thing, that is the finalist project that we have to work on. The contribution of the SDGs needs to be due to after finishing the project. What he is saying is we have to work thinking about the future, the sustainability of these works, because the project is not over when the execution is over. We have to work together with the management, the city management, so the results are sustainable with time. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I would collect the last question from the public, please, if you can ask fast. I will try to be brief. It's difficult for me to. Alberto Nascimento, I am from the City Hall of Fortaleza in Ceará, more specific at the Secretariat of Safety. I am one of the specialists graduated by INAPI in partnership with the UNDP. We were selected, we participated in the selection process aimed at in the specialization to promote knowledge of the SDGs for the public servers, so they would take these SDGs, to their municipalities in order to build projects locating the SDGs in their municipalities. And from that on, I became a researcher of public safety at local level, trying to link this work of the municipal police linked to the SDGs. So in these last years, I visited more than 70 cities, interviewing in Brazil, all the states, all the capitals, also talking and listing all the best practices, each of them with their contribution to the SDGs. So, for example, the environmental police, they contribute to more than 10 SDGs, like 14, 11, 15, 16, 3. They have, for example, some patrols that at school, they also meet 1, 2, 4, 5, the SDGs at school. So also the traffic police, they contribute by reducing accidents until Maria da Penha, which is a law to support women victims of violence, which also contribute to SDG 5, also 11 with the children and the elderly and women in public spaces. So different SDGs. So this municipal police, we contribute with almost 50 out of the 69 SDGs. So my question is, in your agencies, in these bodies, what projects or what actuation lines you have in order to support these projects for safety? Because we understand that safety in the developing cities, including the small and medium-sized ones, they would hinder this us to reach other goals. For example, today there are schools that are being closed because of the organized crime. So children cannot go to school, which compromises SDG 4. They do not eat at school, so it's SDG 1 is impacted. We have some health units being closed because of the crime. And in the cities where you have this municipal police and other policies in the city, let's say, from the local safety police, the cities that invest more, they have a better index, so better also HDI. So I can see that these external bodies, they would invest more in urban development and to protect the environment, but sometimes they forget this social development, which includes safety and the violation of human rights. So my question is there any credit line that would contemplate the support to the development of safety policies that would help to ensure many of the SDGs transversely? Congratulations on your work. I was really interested in learning more about it. We have a line specific for this, safety and justice. We can talk about that. I know that I am I'm going to be fired from my position of mediator here because our time is over. But if you want to comment on something, we can, you have a minute. to answer that. Otherwise, we can ask for help to maybe answer the questions by email. I don't know. Geraldo? There is a question from our colleague from Amapá. First, Maristela, in relation to the effects related to the investment or offering some credit lines which are associated to the SDGs, we have a multiplicator factor, which is medium term, long term, and a structuring work will employ people directly. People will receive for their works. They would buy that. This is money that is circulating. There is we have a basic like max for every resource applied for these small and mid-sized companies. It's like represents more than 7 times the other, and not to count the short-term results. For example, when you have some when you pave to improve the pavement of roads and when you change this to asphalt, for example, you have some multiplying factors which are really important to the economy, to the municipality. I don't know if yesterday you saw the presentation of urban development by the mayors. The mayor of Itajaí commented on the effects of that structural work in Itajaí that was funded by so what would be these goals, especially EBD for the region, for North and Northeast? We have some gaps around the present of these government institutions. Not all states of North and Northeastern region that they have these agencies. So we understand that these are vocational institutes to focus on the I didn't mention Fomento Paraná, I don't have the time for that, but within this partnership, 90% of our lines put available to our publics, small and medium-sized companies are naturally associated to the SDGs. But we need this condition in order to meet our goals. North and Northeast, they have an important mechanism of to support you with very good conditions of income rates, and North and Northeastern places, they have like BND, which is a development bank, BASA in the north. So maybe to integrate this ecosystem related to the development of the and the SDGs, that would be the best way, in my opinion. Yeah, unfortunately, we have no more time. So we are going to be around in case you have any question or doubt. We are available to solve them. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you for the great contribution you made. And now I would like to thank you. I'm happy to see all these trying to meet these SDGs, trying to look for a more equitable society. Thank you very much. Sorry for being late. Thank you. Thank you. Let's move to the next presentation that will treat the success case and its application. The person, this will have the participation of Ignacio Assis. He is a specialist in monitoring and assessment. He is going to participate virtually directly from Buenos Aires in Argentina. He's here with us. Can you hear us, Ignacio? Okay. If you can unmute. Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Okay, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, everybody. all the authorities, all the agencies, international agencies, colleagues, the participants of these events, also to the organizers. Thank you very much. I was introduced. My name is Ignacio Assis. I am a specialist of monitoring and evaluation. I am an Argentinian. I am talking from my office here in Buenos Aires, from Plata office. So just to continue this segment of the forum on human development and SDGs in the next minute, 15 minutes, I'm going to talk a little bit the case of a case of success that resulted or is resulting in this, that the objectives and goals of through the programs and projects of Complata, they are funding in Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Paraguay, and Uruguay. So in terms in the synergy, because this success history is something that is shared, financed by FAIN, and in Latin America, the investment fund, LIFE, and different parts of this presentation was made together with the Ruiz, who was there talking to you in the room and facing this technical assistance that we were able to do to build this together. Just to explain a little bit better this success case, I'm going to share my screen with you. Just to explain a little bit better this success case, it is necessary to show the objective that is incorporated in this operation at Complata. It has to do with clear, constant guideline for a management based on results and risks. A guideline that is important in the journey of the funding at Complata in the last years, and that has developed and consolidated in the last years. So the initial diagnosis in this context for us when we started working like that was in 2019, when at the end of that year, the technical assistance at Complata, we followed with the objective of monitoring the execution of projects of Complata financed by BEI, as well as the portfolio that is shared. Now it's a BEI and Complata partnership. And we have the need, we needed to strengthen the monitoring of this and also the project execution. So it's important, the developments, the contracts, the social environmental process, and also the results. And at the same time, the Complata portfolio would grow. It's a trend that we have kept, and we changed its characteristics in terms of sectors, participation, the country's participation. We start diversifying our sources of funding, what brought new requirements for the bank processes in terms of measuring the results, and also to meet the SDGs with the best international practices, including segment or like a monitoring and assessment that was being strengthened. The first achievements that we had started with the work that Diego mentioned in the previous panel, this work that is shared between technical assistance and Complata, and also the portfolio of a project, Complata portfolio and the SDGs, even though it was a strategical strategy of the bank, it took some months because first we had to understand our work scope, and we needed to define for what, how, so this work had to be done before. However, we had the inverse work. So we applied a cooperative approach that is a focus, an approach of the specialists, technical specialists at Complata, that is called the person responsible at Complata, people with more technical knowledge of the projects, and then on a better crossing of international practice and with some transversal areas. At Complata, we have some strategic alliance, and surely and then we implemented something in partnership with Bay that allows to aggregate the results of the project. The idea was that this first categorization of the SDGs and the portfolio was vinculated with the expected results of the projects. This started being done in 2020. We are still working on that, but with very strong results. I'm going to talk about them and want to share them with you. Before talking about that, I would like to share with you what this first alignment of the portfolio produced in terms of contribution to the SDGs. This is the global photo of the contribution to the SDGs of our portfolio. So from the moment we started this exercise, what you can see in the graph there is the number of operations that contribute to the SDGs, to one or other SDG. You can take a look that this aligning exercise showed that our portfolio contributes especially to SDG 9, infrastructure, innovation, industry, 10, reduction of vulnerabilities, and 11, the cities, sustainable cities and communities. So this first picture of this diagnosis made us very happy because it's really aligned with the strategy and the history of Complata. So that makes a lot of sense. For me, it's also worth mentioning that these three main SDGs are followed by 6 on water and sewage, SDG 8 of decent work and economic growth, and 13 climate change. Talking a little bit on the portfolio of the countries, just for you to have an idea of our contribution to the SDGs. This is our portfolio in Argentina. So Complata contributed to 15 of the SDGs. All of them, the 14, the 15. So this means that in the country, we have a diverse portfolio in terms of types of projects. What was reinforced by the pandemic through our special funding line for emergency situations during the COVID pandemic. So it allowed us to reinforce our funding, our financial programs with social impact especially, and also to benefit all the states in the country. So talking a little bit more about Bolivia, in Bolivia, our portfolio is basically for infrastructure. So our biggest contribution is to SDG 9. Even though we have many projects to promote, to create jobs in vulnerable communities, young people, women, and so we also contribute to the SDGs 8 and 10. We also have projects for water, energy, and now I'm going to share with you the SDGs 6 and 7, which are really relevant as well. And lastly, we are co-funding this in Bolivia, which contributes to SDG 17. All this, through all our projects, allow us to reach all the regions in Brazil, including the 3 main cities in the central axis of Bolivia. In Brazil, our portfolio is almost all to municipalities and now some states. We are funding different works, different sectors, but always for strategic urban development, planned, following the plans. That's why there is a high contribution with the SDG 11, but also 6, water and sewage, 3, also climate change. So we support projects for the creation of some urban parks, water treatment stations, and also some drainage system to prevent floods. In our portfolio there in Paraguay, we have a different number of SDGs, or 6, let's say, but the contribution is really important, especially besides the infrastructure, roadworks. Also, we have been funding some electrical distributors who also have a strong contribution with SDG 6, energy, safe energy, 10 for the reduction of inequalities, and also, especially in the rural areas, peri-urban areas, with the low density, low population density. So all these implies, like Maricela said, sustainable urban development of the region in the whole country. And lastly, just to conclude our portfolio there in Uruguay, here we fund some water treatment stations that contribute to ODS 6, 12, production, responsible consumption, and also 14 for the submarine life. We also fund there in Montevideo that would create more jobs, or SDG 8. And lastly, 2 other projects aiming at economic recovery after COVID for small and medium-sized companies. This has contributed to SDGs 8 and 10. 8 and 10. This just to mention the first diagnosis per country, right? But what we really wanted to share with you is this system to monitor the project that we have been working with. It is still under development, but it's a tool that will allow to define the matrices and the results of all our operations. 81 at the moment, and then to group indicators in order to understand the contribution, the grouped contribution for the development of our projects in real time, with safe information available in any part of the world. So at Complata, and for all the stakeholders who are involved in that could be, for example, our communities or some executing bodies or the countries. So it's important, it is a guarantee of transparency. This is a small case, but really relevant, of an operation that is co-funded by Complata and the concession process there in Bolivia. And here we can start this monitoring, this transparent monitoring process. Besides the location and the programs, a new system together with the methodology of the contribution with the SDGs allows to view a primary contribution. For this case, it would be SDG 6 and 7, and a secondary contribution to other 6 ODSs, SDGs, sorry. So all this information grouped automatically is accessible to all the stakeholders, and it allows the creation of reports, general reports of contribution of our portfolio to report and to strengthen the co-fundings. This was also developed together with among Bay and Complata. It's a matrix to analyze the projects. We can see that these 4 projects are, we can see easily what their primary and secondary contribution is to each project, grouped in 5 levels. 5 people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. So this is what they call the 5P. People, planet, prosperity. Yeah. So here, like we said, this is something that was developed. We are working with this idea. We have been working with that for 2 years. The idea is to finish that this year. So our next steps, we can. The idea is to have a new methodology to align this with the SDG. We are reflecting on these primary and secondary contributions that can be applicable to our countries. So that would allow to group the results from the project that would allow better visibility and also to establish some transversal indicators. I think that Diego mentioned that in the previous panel, and Ana Carolina as well, about the relevance of having indicators of climate change and gender, even more with Fomplata strategies aligned with that. And lastly, the idea is to have indicators to all the institution, all the project cycle, like they mentioned, technical assistance that has been offering some services and working together with Fomplata to strengthen that. But the idea is that in a close future, we can have this contribution to the development, and something we do not have yet, but has been developed and will surely contribute to our mission. The idea, I think it's really important to say that, is that this process is built in a hybrid way. So based on what happens in the region, with the countries, with the projects, but also understanding, learning with the best international practices. I like to say that all the practices. So we think that this is a success case of a collaborative work to strengthen the capacities in the promotion, for the promotion of general development. And these are tools that were designed as to elaborate together, develop together with the technical key teams of Fomplata.
Isto vai fortalecer.
So this will strengthen and is already strengthening our administration, and it'll help it show results. And to finalize, I want to emphasize how important it is to me what Carolina asked at the end of the last part about the hybrid construction and how the countries, and for the countries, because we have to take a look at sustainable development, a modern sustainable development that's very unique to each country. So it's easy to talk about how to construct and implement the best international practices. We all know the theory, but it's very different to actually execute this and to have a result based on SDGs in the projects. And of course, this cannot mean any problem to the execution, to the implementation. Fomplata constructs very closely together with the executors, and this construction has to happen by working hand in hand, and as Carolina said, we're learning from them, and thus adapt to the reality of each country to strengthen the execution of the projects and at the same time guarantee sustainability, quality, and alignment with the best international practices. The partnership that Carolina mentioned, and that I think comes with the technical assistant from Fomplata, helps exactly to do this. Thank you very much.
Obrigada ao senhor Inácio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Inácio, for your presentation. And let's continue now. The next session or better, our last session for our Forum of the Mayors Sustainable Cities will talk about the idea of the approach of gender in the programs. And the person that will talk to us is the Regional Director of AFD, Leticia Dufay. She will be the moderator of the panel, Projecting Cities with a Perspective of Gender, that will count on the presence of the panelists who I will already invite to join Leticia on stage. Saskia Berling, the director in Brazil from KfW, Ismalia Afonso, gender official and race of UNPD, Fabricio Leite, superintendent of microfinancing, urban microfinancing, who will be here virtually. And also virtually, we will have Mrs. Carmen Niethammer, senior specialist in gender from IEB. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to greet the President, Luciana Botafogo, and the entire team in Fonplata for this great organization of this forum, for the strategic choice of this session about gender. I would also like to thank the opportunity to participate from this session about gender, which is a very important topic for France and AFD, the French Development Agency. Together with partners that are well involved in the fight against the gender inequality, partners such as the mayors, the development banks, be they Brazilian or international, bilateral and multilateral, and the cooperation agencies. After 2 days of debate, of high-level debate about sustainable cities, we have now come to the theme of gender and diversity in the urban development. As you well know, more than 50% of the world population lives currently in urban centers. In Brazil's case, where the urbanization rate is getting to 90%, and it's also the case of Latin America, where this rate gets to 80%. In the interior, urban centers can bring the same chances to everyone. In many times, urban centers are synonym for access to employment, education, and healthcare, culture, and leisure. So they are synonym for richness, social promotion, and a better future. It's evident that the reality is different, and that the rapid growth of the population, of the urban population growth worldwide, presents with a lot of challenges, especially when we're talking about equality and access to public services, to quality employment, but also in terms of security. In last analysis, cities create inequalities as well, and this affirmation is not news. There are many studies about the inequalities in class in the urban means, inequalities that materialize in neighborhoods, roads, housings, which are all based on social classes. But on the other hand, the consideration of these gendered inequalities is an approach that overcomes this research of the social classes. These inequalities affect especially women and minority groups that are particularly vulnerable, that are strongly exposed to exclusion mechanisms and socioeconomical precarities. Cities are not neutral from a perspective of gender. On the contrary, they are spaces that illustrate, structure, and reproduce the inequalities between men and women. This brings up the first question: why do urban centers, why are they factors for inequality in gender? First, because they are normally constructed by men for men. Even nowadays, architecture and urbanism professions are occupied 90% by men who take into consideration especially their necessities and their lifestyles. The biases in architecture and urbanisms are very connected to the environmental aspect. They rarely want to include gender issues. They actually perpetuate classic models based on masculinity. And second of all, the participation of women in the elaboration of public policies and municipal policies and for decision-making is estimated to be about only 5% around the world. This underrepresentation contributes without a doubt to a place that is a marginal place that is taken over by the gender issue in public policies, even when the intention to include the issue of gender equality in urban centers appears. A lot of the times it's seen that the public authorities have a difficulty in putting into practice concrete actions about this. And with that, we have another problem. How do these inequalities materialize in urban centers? These inequalities are lived in the day-to-day life from women who live in urban centers with some variations. If the women are part of a socioeconomical means that is unfavored, they are part of an ethnic minority, the difficulties are even stronger. Transport, housing, and the availability of structures to take care of children are good examples of these inequalities. Public transportation is usually done for service areas where usually men work. And this also depends on the time of work for men. Women in charge or of the domestic activities, they are not stuck to these time schedules and bus lines, and this results in a loss of time, a waste of time, a restriction in transportation, and more exposition to situations of violence or aggression. The quality of housing is normally heavier on women than on men. If we take into consideration the time that is spent by women in their housing to execute their domestic activities or for doing an informal employment. And it's equally discriminatory in this situation because of its distance to public spaces that are frequented, and this creates a situation of exclusion for women. The existence or the absence of urban cities and nurseries and schools for children is equally discriminatory towards women. For women, obviously, because frequently they are in charge of the education of and the upbringing of their children. And in the absence of these structures, women are forced to quit work and to leave their financial condition aside. A third question might appear: why and how to fight these gender inequalities and their consequences in the urban centers? Of course, we have to remember that the fight against gender inequality is, first of all, a moral and legal obligation. Many times it's accepted by the legislation, and urban centers as public actors have to respect the laws. Beyond this, the reduction of the gender inequality, there's also a positive impact in social cohesion, the economy, social integrity as well. And so it's essential for the public powers in a municipality level deal with this issue to meet their main goal to guarantee the well-being of its inhabitants. Concretely, this includes the execution of diagnoses that are specific to gender to identify the problems, applying public policies that are fully integrated into the strategy of the city, and the definition of action plans that are clear and ambitious adapted to each situation and context. But the public powers can't act alone. The issue of reducing gender inequality in urban centers needs the appropriation and general mobilization, especially from local stakeholders, be they public, private, or from the civil society, who frequently are coming from excellent initiatives. The international stakeholders and players can also be mobilized to share their experience and to follow the development and execution of public policies. And lastly, the financial sector, be it local or international, they are a very valuable partner to give the resources and get them to the final beneficiaries. I would like to highlight as well the interest and value that the forum such as this one brings, because the fight against gender inequality is a problem of everybody. So this event allows everybody involved to find and meet up to debate about possible solutions and to receive concrete results and solutions. Once again, thank you for the organizers and the participants. I think that after this introduction about gender and diversity and urban development, it's time to pass the floor to the Brazilian and international partners to tell us a little bit about how to project cities with a perspective on gender. So we had some introductions already. So now we will have Saskia, the director in Brazil from KfW, Carmen Nithammer, senior specialist in gender from EIB. She will be here virtually. Ismalia Afonso, gender and race official from UNPD. Fabricio Feitoso, superintendent for microfinancing, be they urban and from the Northeast Bank, also virtually. Welcome. So I would like to thank everyone for your participation. I would like to start with your introductions, and then I will have a round of question of about 40-45 minutes if we have time, all right? So let's start, and then we'll start with some questions from the audience, and then our speakers can have some final remarks. So to begin, if you could introduce yourselves and say a little bit about the gender strategy from your respective institutions. We could start with you, Saskia. Thank you. Thank you, Leticia. Yes, I will talk a little bit about the gender policy from the German government and from KfW. Since I am the director here in Brazil, the German government thinks this is a very important topic and declared external feminine policy. And this vision of equality and social participation, be it social or economic, from all people. And in this sense, we established a new action plan to determine that 65% of the projects supported by KfW, since we are the financial part of the official cooperation of the German government. So 65% of the projects have to present aspects of gender equality, and this percentage should increase to 85% until 2025. And this means that we not only deal with the issue of gender, but it's as a transversal issue, but we need to include, implement, and monitor activities that are aimed at women, and also at the topic of inclusion. And this strategy is fundamental to strengthen the gender policies, promoting positive impacts, not only for the feminine audience, for women in general, but also for the entire population. And KfW, as a development bank, has the objective of institutional quality. Until at maximum 2030, in all of the managing levels and administration levels, we need to have equal representation. We are a member of Employers for Equality, an initiative for equality and diversity among companies for more than 3 years. And we have our own program that offers trainings, workshops, exchanges, and many more. And it's open to all employees. We continue to develop talent pools, internal talent pools, to guarantee the participation that would have to be the same, equal, and this increases the career perspectives and visibility. And how as compatibility is also an issue that's professionally relevant, flexible and partial and mobile work and free time options are important for each person with familial responsibilities. And this is a policy that KfW has been implementing for many years. And I think that's it. Those are my initial remarks. Thank you very much, Saskia. Ismalia, can we continue with you? Yes. Thank you. My name is Ismalia. Thank you for the quick introduction. I'm a national official for the themes of race and gender equality for UNPD here in Brazil. I have a master's in gender studies by the Latin American College of Social Sciences in Argentina, and I created a research dedicated to gender and race inequality among youth in the periphery of the federal district in Brazil. So these topics of city development really interest me, especially when we're talking about inequality. UNPD is an organization from the UN dedicated to reducing inequality and reducing poverty. And gender, as was talked about by Maristela in the previous panel, is a topic that is transversal in our institution, but even more than that, it's a topic that is understood as a structuring factor in societies. And it's a topic that we see that the answer is understood as an accelerating strategy for the reach of sustainable development and for reaching the goals for the Agenda 2030. And because of this, gender equality appears as one of the emblematic solutions that UNPD brings since its strategic planning, which is now current for the 2022-2025 period. This means that in all of our actions, where we offer technical assistance to the countries, from a perspective of a national and subnational governments, from the institutions who we cooperate with, gender is a topic that is present since the beginning, from planning up to implementation, up to the evaluation and up until the end. And we have many mechanisms that guide this work. And as Saskia said, we also have some institutional goals that are very elevated so that this dedication can appear in our results. So the goal, the institutional goal of UNPD is that 70% of the resources that we dedicate to cooperation have an impact in gender equality. So UNPD, developed for itself a gender marker that attributes in a growing way from 1 up until 3 how much a resource that is being contributed into a project dedicates itself to face these gender issues and problems in the context of the project. In Brazil, we have been working for some time. I'm the first professional dedicated exclusively to these race and gender issues in our office, and we've been doing so since 2017. And I understand that this is also an indicator that over the past few years, this topic has gained in strength. Brazil, for international cooperation, is a very important country, and there are positions like I have in many other countries. We have regional centers in all the regions of the world, and an area of one of our global headquarters in New York is also dedicated to studies, researches, methodology development, all aimed at problems with gender that we identify. So I suggest that we start thinking about gender not only as something transversal, but something that is inside our structure and an opportunity to accelerate the results that we think of for the problems that we have in the urban environment. I think that's it. Thank you very much, Ismalia. We have the same types of indicators for the projects as well. So we tried to get to 60% for the projects with positive impact for women, and it's not easy. Thank you very much. And now let's continue with Fabricio for the Bank of the Northeast. Fabricio, could you do a quick introduction, please? Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to participate in this moment. Congratulations to all the organizers for promoting this place for debate and on such an issue that's so development. I am the head of the urban microfinancing and micro company area, which is part of the biggest credit line for these types of businesses, Crédito Amigo, and it's in the structure of the Bank of the Northeast, which is a public bank, a development bank that acts regionally, and that for 70 years has helped entrepreneurs in executing and reaching their dreams. So in this perspective, in the Northeast, we are worried very much about gender equality and establishing guidelines and policies that go beyond the credit that we provide to support our entrepreneurs. It's an internal policy to value the talent and the strength of women in our own institution as well, which gives more opportunities to this audience. Crédito Amigo is 25 years old this year. It's the greatest microcredit program in Brazil, and we are very happy to say that 70% of our audience are women. Look how fantastic. So today we have in a portfolio of more than 2 million clients, 70% being women who are businesswomen and mothers and who have many activities. And this support that Crédito Amigo gives is fundamental, not only so these women can start an economic activity or improve their quality of life, but for everything that the credit gives them, for the whole transformation that this program can do in the life of these women, with an impact in the reduction for violence against women, for bringing and raising their self-confidence and their dignity. So we today count with the support of EIB. He gave us a resource so that we might work exclusively with women. So We have credit lines that are differentiated for women with better interest rates and other benefits. And it is something that makes us very happy because these are women that bring stories of overcoming situations that are situations of vulnerability to being a protagonist in the family, and especially for the capacity that the women have to inspire other women. So here, very briefly, this is the work that we do with the Bank of the Northeast, with Credit Amigo, and it means a lot to us, and we're very honored to be here and participating in this moment, in this afternoon. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Fabrício. This Credit Amigo is very well known here in Brazil. Congratulations for the results that you have achieved. I think that there is an internal policy for women that we think is very dynamic and very interesting. So congratulations as well. Now let's travel a little bit to Luxembourg.
Are you going to talk in English or in Portuguese, Carmen?
Obrigada, Letícia, pela gentil introdução. Boa tarde.
Thank you very much, Letícia, for your introduction. Good afternoon from Luxembourg. I'm very happy to be here. And as you know, I lived in Brazil, so I can talk a little bit, and I was listening in Portuguese as well, but I'm still learning the French language, so I will continue in English, okay?
Perfecto.
You have the floor.
Okay. So I'm very happy to also be joining you today. We had some snow today, so I hope your weather situation is better. Before I get into the topic of gender, I wanted to just give those people who are not familiar with the European Investment Bank a little bit of a flair what we are all about. We are the lending arm of the European Union. We happen to be the largest multilateral lender globally. And we're also the biggest provider of climate finance. And that brings with it a lot of responsibility, obviously. For me personally, I'm involved in making sure that our financing is inclusive and that it actually reaches women and men equally. We have been investing in Brazil since 1997. Our largest portfolio is on climate action, sustainable economic development, as well as sustainable infrastructure. More than half of the portfolio is on energy-related investments. And maybe just to make sure that people are also aware, we invest in both the private sector and in public sector or local government projects. And so the conversation today with local mayors is particularly relevant to me because I can see how much one can do by making sure that municipal services, be they infrastructure, be they sanitation, be they energy, when they benefit women and men, everybody is better off. And so I would look very much forward to the conversation. Maybe just a word to why this matters to me personally, or why it matters to us specifically here in the European Union context. We all know that the pandemic has changed urban life as we used to know it. And also, of course, with the recent situation in Ukraine, we have had a huge influx of refugees, most of them being also women, and that has also impacted a lot of cities in terms of receiving refugees and making sure that we actually address the needs of mainly a female population that came also with elderly and children. And so I think we have learned a lot in the last year in particular on how to make our services better for women. And it's of course a very cross-cutting topic, right? We're talking about mobility, as you mentioned, Letícia. We're talking about care. We're talking about women's leadership. One of the statistics that still I find so interesting is that the most sustainable cities are actually led by women mayors. I don't know. I didn't hear you say anything about how big the population was of female mayors in Brazil. I would be very keen to know. Here in the in Europe, we have 8 out of 41 European capitals being led by women. And they do happen to make a difference because they look at gender and also climate and sustainability issues quite differently. Yeah, and then with all of that, with all of these topics, of course, we're getting also into technology, we're getting into job creation, we're getting into access to finance for women, just as Fabrizio was just mentioning. And yeah, I can talk about this topic forever, but maybe just one word about our gender strategy. We have a gender strategy in place. It looks at both protecting women, so doing no harm in our investments for sure. That's like the minimum standard. But most importantly, also investing, like the opportunity on how can we make sure that our investment reach women and men equally, so that the business is better off. There's a lot of business case research out there that I can also cite as we're going further in the discussion if people are interested. But also, and this is where our third pillar is, very, very keen on also always measuring our impact, because we know that when women are being reached, families are being reached, communities are being reached, and then everybody is better off. And so that is a huge priority of ours. In terms of our, if you wish, taxonomy on how we count and reach women in particular. We were the first multilateral development bank to have adopted what is called the 2X gender criteria. It's the number 2 and X. And that looks at measuring, ambitions on gender when it comes to women's leadership, women's employment, women as entrepreneurs, and then also women as customers, which is particularly relevant in the city context when we're looking at, women passengers, women consumers of energy, women consumers of water services, etc. So we are quite strong on the topic of particularly also gender and urban. We co-authored a guidance note on what is called 2X Gender Smart Climate Finance, which I will share with you. It's in English. I haven't seen it in Portuguese just yet, but maybe that could be interesting for some of the mayors to actually also look at the topic of sustainable cities and gender, and what we know, what is the evidence, what are some of the best practices when it comes to climate finance in particular. I'll stop here, Leticia.
Thank you very much, Carmen. Não sei precisamente responder à pergunta que fez sobre o número de mulheres prefeitas ou governadoras que tem aqui no Brasil, mas talvez
female mayors that
possa
maybe in the public they can do this research and answer the question for you. But let's continue for now. This is an interesting question to answer. But just to return to the topic of urban development, according I mentioned in my introductory speech, the urban centers are not neutral, not inclusive in terms of gender. And historically, they were taught and were built and or governed by men and for men and to men. So I would like to ask a question when it comes to, in your opinion, what would be today the main challenges to project or transform the cities in a perspective that is considering gender equality? What would be the real benefits of this transformation? I think that the answer to this question is a bit on your first comment and Carmen's question. The cities were designed, planned, built, and they continue being built from the citizen, a universal citizen, which is male, young, and who depend a bit on public services, only a bit on and this was maintained throughout time because women were kept, apart from having any power of decision making. So now I think that, and then I return to my speech on the way and how gender inequality needed to be addressed, need to be understood as something that is part of the structure of our city. So to change this situation, I would like to remind you that we have a big challenge, which is a challenge to answer this question. It is a long-term thing. These are not some easy answers that like to modify, not small projects, small investments to change that. These are big efforts taught on a very structured way and through considering amount of time. So we talk about the cities, the challenges, but I think that today important challenges for the life of people, especially women and women who are at more vulnerable situation, are violence. I think one of our colleagues mentioned that earlier. They are in the audience, and the climate emergency, I would say, because we have the gender violence recently had an important increase recently. And we see that by the index of female crime that has risen, especially in the last years. And this is an indicator of the total gender violence, because this is the highest point of a violence that of something that was like feminicide is the highest problem. I would say this is an important challenge we have to face, and it's really present in the planning of the city when it comes to safety policies. This has to be really considering the responsibility of the state and the federal government to this prevention. So preventing violence has to do a lot with education that is offered in the municipalities, the health system, the social assistance services. So this is a problem of the cities, the municipalities, the way the citizens live in the cities. And another topic, which I think put us in a different context, like 5 or 10 years ago, is the topic of the climate, the climate emergency that we have. We see that how the extreme weather events are being more frequent now. And is it maybe the organization of the public spaces, like the urban agglomerates, how they develop? They do not have the appropriate sanitation system. They do not have an effective transportation policy and other public equipment that would be necessary. So I would have a better look to these two topics, and then as how it can be analyzed from the perspective of a result. So I think understanding the reality of these climate emergencies from these analytic lenses of gender inequality, this is important for us in order to be able to make the investments in a more appropriate way, with more efficient, with more successful results, so we can really protect people's lives. And by protecting people's life, it's to avoid deaths, avoid children being like as orphans, that the women and men are able to keep their level, their socio-economical level, like generation after generation, that they can keep what they conquered, like so all their socio-economic motives. So this is what we treat in the with the concept of resilience. So we can have a populational group, people, or a city that can keep their level of their development level, human development level at moments of a crisis. So what we saw with the COVID pandemic, what we have seen with the extreme episodes of the climate change, that our societies, our cities, they are not resilient, they cannot keep their development levels at in these moments of crisis. So what metrics can we bring to this population, the ones who are more vulnerable, so they do not lose what they conquer, their socioeconomic levels that they conquered so hardly. So this is what I understand. So the way out of it is to look at these different realities with different lenses that would allow us to understand who the most vulnerable are, why are they so vulnerable, and how we can remove them from this situation. Thank you. It's really interesting what you said on the of feminicide, which is an indicator of violence, because in France, for example, it's distant, there is no political qualification of feminicide. I think it's important here in Brazil, in Latin America in general, this qualification exists because it changes things a lot, the perception of the things. So murdering is not feminicide. So in France or Germany, they do not make this distinction, but here in Latin America, they do. I don't know how to put it. I would say maybe that is an advantage to measure that, right? Carmen, I have the answer to your question, Carmen. Thank you for so in 2021, more than 50 women were mayors, what represents 11% of the cities in Brazil. I don't know if it's right, the number. I didn't understand. Maybe we can ask her to repeat. But it's 11%. 11% are women. And a question to you, Carmen. In your opinion, what would be the motivation to implement this gender in the investments of infrastructure of urban development?
Yeah, thank you for the fantastic number. In Europe, the number is 15%. So 15% of our mayors are women in the European Union. I wanted to come back to actually exactly those statistics, and I'm going to talk mostly from a global perspective when I'm talking about the development and impact case for making sure that cities are inclusive. So, for example, there's one statistic that in Europe that women are more than 10 to 15% more likely to feel unsafe when it comes to public transport. And that, of course, inhibits their ability to participate in public life and to be able to take any job that they want, any time that they want, and be able to benefit from public transport systems. And the global number in terms of the cost for gender-based violence and harassment is $8 trillion per year. And so cities can actually not really afford having a situation whereby there is women and everybody, but women particularly feel unsafe. And there's a lot to be done in terms of particular mobility and public spaces to make them more safe, to ensure that there's more lighting, that the whole infrastructure is different in terms of also pavements, crossing overs, bridges, etc. So there's a lot that one can learn, from just that. And then coming back to the economic loss for cities, right? So a lack of access to appropriate, adequate transport globally translates to 16.5% less female labor force participation. And in case of Brazil, I'm sure everybody is aware, or the mayors are aware, I'm sure that they're actually competing for being the best city for women, but the unemployment rate of women is at more than 17% compared to only 12% for men. So the female unemployment rate, which means that women are looking actively for a job, is significantly higher. And so, you know, ensuring that there is adequate infrastructure can definitely help women find jobs. And there's so many great examples where when infrastructure happens to be more women friendly, that actually then more jobs are being created automatically. And I can tell you more about how we're doing that in different cities around the world. The other area too is just on utility bills, for example. And here it comes back to the topic of women's access to resources, right? So in many instances, having the name on the land title on the house that a family owns jointly helps a woman also present collateral vis-a-vis the bank. I don't know, Fabrizio, how that works in your context, what kind of documents you like to see as a bank when people come to you. But in many instances globally, we find that collateral is an issue, that women don't have the right papers to produce. And when they're on the papers of the house ownership or on the land ownership that a family owns, it, then they're able to actually qualify for a loan that they otherwise wouldn't have been able to qualify for. And on utility bills too, there's so many examples globally that when the woman is on the utility bill, the bill gets paid much more diligently. So it's good for the utility company that gets their payments on time, but it's also really, really good when it comes to paying taxes, etc. So when the woman is receiving also the bill, those kind of things are being done. And in general, we think about you know, investments in better infrastructure or in safer infrastructure or in GBVH prevention as a cost item, but indeed it's actually just an investment, because as you create more job, and we know globally that often women-owned businesses create more employment for women, which is particularly important after the corona crisis, that therefore once they have employment, they also then of course generate more tax revenue for the communities, and that makes everybody better. So more inclusive cities, better for women, better for children, better for elderly, better for everyone. And I think one of the topics that we haven't talked about yet, but I hope that other colleagues will pick up on water and sanitation services as well. Inadequate sanitation in India costs India 213 million annually, dollars that is. And so just making sure that women and men can access them better would make a huge change also in their economy. And I think that is all I want to share right now. Maybe I have some other statistics that come to my mind later.
Obrigada, Carmen. Acho que você abriu a oportunidade de falar de outros temas, mas Fabrizio ainda está conosco, não? 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 Fabrizio? Não. Bom. Então, vamos aguardar um pouco a volta de Fabrizio. E sim, gostaria de lembrar que há muitas maneiras de abordar as necessidades específicas das mulheres.
And to reduce inequality in more inclusive places in terms of gender. And for example, as Carmen mentioned, we can allow that women have more access to education, but also more adequate conditions of life, including water, sanitation, and also access to credit, microcredit. This is why it would be good if Fabrizio could be back with us here. So as financial players, actors, maybe you could say what the tools and strategies are. Maybe we can start with you. KW has a portfolio of more than 1 billion euros in Brazil. We are here in the 3 sectors we have many projects. We have to see like with reforesting, bioeconomy, and in the area of sustainable urban development, we have some sanitation projects and also energy efficiency. And as Carmen mentioned, when it comes to infrastructure, it's a little bit more difficult to include some activities, especially directed to women, but there are these possibilities, especially when it comes to urban mobility, always women's safety. So who are the people who use more the public transport? We have the objective of supporting that and a safer use of that, so to make their journeys safer, because women overall are the ones that use the collective transportation system in the Brazilian cities to have the access to work. They are responsible for taking their children to school and the elderly as well. So that's why I would like to give 2 examples that promote safety would be lighting, more adequate public lighting, and also spaces in public transportation that are destined only for women. These are some aspects in the area of sustainable urban development that we have been focusing on, and also sewage system, especially women houses that depend on this availability of drinkable water. So the women would be the most benefit by these measures, and also to the problem with a contact with contaminated water, especially the pregnant women who are vulnerable to the Zika virus, for example. And whenever we have some policies to mobilize and sensitize the population to different topics, that the women are the most benefited as well. And maybe as one last example for the Green Center, we support the Amazon Fund. I think it's well known. Everybody knows a lot about it. It promotes projects for the promotion and sustainable use of the tropical forest, the Amazonian tropical forest in Brazil, and for the promotion for the sustainable use of the forest. Also reducing indicators from 2012 to measure the access to the use of land, capacitation, and training, and better opportunities for income for the sustainable agriculture, especially for women. And what we found out is that the resources, this capacitation, and the increase of opportunities for income that conducted to a better autonomy of women when it comes to decision-making on investment for the annual production and the use of their income. So this has very positive aspects and effects for women here in Brasilia. We know that not directly for the cities, we do not have many projects in the cities, but we have been working on that, and we are going to broaden our portfolio and direct our projects more for gender. Like in the future, we are going to focus more on these gender issues. Thank you, Saskia. This kind of project is also complementary to the projects that we develop in the city. So this is really useful. It's to share the impacts and your operation mode. I think Fabrício, welcome again, Fabrício. I'm gonna pass the floor to you, so you can talk a bit about the access to credit of the Northeastern Bank for women, right? Thank you, Fabrício. Hello, everyone. Thank you. I'm back. And yes, I mentioned at the beginning of this Crede Amigo 25 years, we are acting with microfinancing. So the public of our project are women, business women. I think most of our public are women. So women who, and the experience shows that they are women who started their journey trying to complement a family income, and with time, now they are the protagonists in their households. Cred Amigo is a success case because it understands that credit by itself do not transform. Credit needs to come associated to some training, financial education, discussion on topics around entrepreneurism, because many of these women, and we see that clearly, they started their entrepreneurism because they need it, not because they have the opportunity to. So Credit Amigo supports especially that informal entrepreneurs, and that many times they perform their activities in their houses, in their communities, and this is one of the reasons why the participation of women is a bigger participation, because they can share, like their activities as a mother, their housework, and there come entrepreneurism. But this credit only by itself cannot be sustainable. So this is why in our methodology, the Credit Amigo methodology, we have an agent that works as a consultant of that woman that sometimes come to us without the knowledge, without information. So we have a work to discuss, to prepare a business plan, and then they follow this woman through in her journey. And we observe that this participates in an increasing participation of women. 70% of these women are aged 25 to 54 years of age, and they are women that, as I mentioned, they start their business because they need to. Today, this look at the credit is much more mature. The amount of women that we have today that count on the support of Cred Amigo. So, because the methodology of Credit Amigo works with the solidarity credit. So we are talking about groups of women who can form new groups of women entrepreneurs. So for us, this is a reason this support that we have was really important. So we could offer better conditions, different conditions to these women with a different grace period. So we could encourage them, we could encourage new women to become entrepreneurs. And once again, the impact, the transformation goes beyond the improvement of the quality of life or the social economical reality of these women. We are talking about reducing domestic violence. We are talking about well-being, about women becoming more confident. We are talking about dignity. So Credit Amigo has this characteristic. And in our scope, this concern with the cities and with the way the cities have grown, this is a reality. Today, half of our clients develop their activities in their houses. So today, when we talk about water supply, sewage system, we are now in 2023 encouraging our team to support even more through credit initiatives that promote better conditions of water supply to this business that takes in their houses. So the Northeastern Bank has this look, this more comprehensive look, much more aware of the difficulties and the challenges that they face. And in this perspective, we try to contribute with this and work our entrepreneur as a person.
Viver com dignidade.
Obrigada, Fabrício.
Thank you, Fabrício. And Credit Amigo is a very useful tool and very important for the Northeast. It's an opportunity for women to leave and go away from the violence, a tool for economic and financial inclusion, for the autonomy of women. So I think that it has a very important impact. Thank you very much. We are a little bit late. Maybe, Ismalia, you could tell us a little bit about the role of a cooperation agency about this topic of the fight against inequality in the urban centers. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question, Leticia. Differently from my colleagues on the panel, we don't do financing. We offer technical assistance through support for the projects, and this technical assistance is offered based on methodology that has been tested already in many other cities around the world, and they are adapted to the reality here in Brazil and the reality to the city where we're working in. I would like to cite two of them. I think one of them Maristela talked about a little bit earlier on is this getting closer together from the public and these objectives from the SDG to think about the long-term planning, the PPA, the APP, and guide the LOA from what we are thinking on about the SDGs. I think that this is very important, and a newer methodology that the global UNDP launched in August of 2021, where we certify public institutions based on a methodology aimed at 40 indicators dedicated to gender equality. So we look inside of the public institutions when we are thinking of measures aimed at the fight against moral and sexual harassment that have as a main victim women, the occupation of positions by women in decision-making positions. And we also think of how these public institutions are contributing with their final mission to foster gender equality in that territory, in that topic or area that she's working at. So there are two methodologies that are well tested with important results. And I always say, getting back to the subject, it's not possible to think about the answer to the gender equality in an isolated way, in a short-term way. These methodologies, they think in an integral way about public planning, and they think transversally since the planning phase until the results that we get based on all of the areas where it's acting. So I think this is the secret of our delivery for our partners, to think in a holistic way and to be aware that this is a challenge that is quite large, and it reorganizes itself to create new inequalities. So it's always important to monitor a lot what we have been achieving and understanding the possibility of material and informal inequalities to reorganize themselves and present us with new challenges. Thank you very much. I think that we went over time. Can we just give 1 minute to each speaker for a final remark? Yes, thank you very much. Yes, let's start with Carmen. Would you like to talk a little bit about childcare in 1 minute, or of anything, of course, as well? But you have 1 minute. If you could just conclude what you were talking about before. Thank you very much.
Hopefully the translator can be as quickly as I speak. On childcare, it's obviously a very important enabler, right? And so we have been investing in Bangalore Metro system, where we not only made sure that passenger can, that the GBVH, the violence against women on public transport, is being addressed, but also they actually built crashes so that the employees of the Bangalore Metro authority could actually benefit from childcare services so that they could be economically active. In Barcelona, we are working with the transit system Metro, where we also invested in, and buses, to make it also a safer place. And we're also trying to measure the economic benefit of making the metro system more inclusive. Social housing is also a big topic for many mayors. In Spain, we are working with the social housing investment, where we make sure that childcare is included in the infrastructure, in an architectural infrastructure that enables the people in the housing complex to also monitor the children on the playground and have access to childcare, which of course makes a lot of difference for especially vulnerable populations. I could go on and forever, but one project I definitely want to mention is Bologna, where we're taking a very macroeconomic approach to urban development, where we are making sure that Bologna's municipal services are inclusive, not just gender inclusive, but overall inclusive. They just had some very big event on International Women's Day, and I will just share it with you electronically so that people can read about how we are measuring the impact and how we're looking to integrate different data points. And one last point, because we have so many mayors in the room, women's employment in municipalities is incredibly valuable. We know that when we have more women as employees in municipalities, that also the services to women is improved. And in cities like Pittsburgh, actually what they do is they also enable childcare facilities for their staff, for all parents. So it's not about women, but it's also, of course, about men as well. And they include childcare services when they have community engagement, so that also parents or any caregivers can actually participate in community engagement and make therefore the whole municipal service menu more impactful and more inclusive. So I stop here. I spoke more than 1 minute. I apologize.
Thank you, Carmen. Fabrizio, una ultima.
Fabrizio, one last observation. Yes, I would like to thank you once again for this opportunity from the Bank of the Northeast. I would like to congratulate everyone for this moment. And I wanted to reaffirm the commitment, of the Bank of the Northeast to this issue of gender equality. The challenges are very important and difficult, and we need to continue following. And with our Credit Amigo, we had a nice perspective of the person and the woman that looks for our help and needs our support. And our strategic planning is of exposition. We want to double the amount of women that are benefiting from the program so that we might contribute to the rescue of the dignity of these women, supporting them through credit as well, but it's just one of the pillars that we work with. We work with capacity building and trainings and many other things, but it was a great joy to participate in this moment because it's a topic that where we're very enthusiastic about, and we put ourselves at your disposal if any other events show up in the future. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Fabrício. It was a pleasure to have you here on the panel. Saskia, Yes, thank you. We at KfW can support the mayors in transforming their cities to be more sustainable, resilient, safe, and inclusive. Our loans are always together with unreimbursable financing used for technical assistance, and we've been working for 75 years in worldwide cooperation, and we are at your disposal to cooperate and help you and to create and recreate your cities. I think that we should probably have a break now because most people here really need a coffee, I would think. Thank you very much, Saskia, and let's finish with the last remarks of Ismail. Thank you very much. I promise to speak for less than a minute. I just wanted to highlight the importance of this debate with these stakeholders and these protagonist women that are here. I think that the international promotion has a capacity to put this as an agenda in the projects that it finances. And it has a very important capability to bring sensitivity and a new culture to public administrations and actually to the ecosystem of public policies. So I would like to congratulate Von Plata and everyone here for this discussion. And I would like to say that UNPD is at your disposal for any dialogues or methodological presentation. It will always be a pleasure to contribute. Thank you very much to everyone here, all the speakers. It was very interesting. And I hope that we can continue our discussion and our dialogue in other projects. Thank you very much. We would like to thank the participation of all the panelists. And yes, as one of our dear panelists said, we need a coffee, but we need a brief coffee, only about 10 minutes, so that we can come back and follow up with the conclusion of this event. Very interesting as well. So in 10 minutes, we'll be back.
Estarão disponíveis no site do Fomplata na internet, localizado
It will
através da
be available on Fonplata's website, fonplata.org. So if you would like to check this out, soon both panels and the presentations will be available on the internet as well. Hello, we are back to the second day of the Forum for Mayors Sustainable Cities. Historically, cities were planned and designed to reflect the traditional roles of gender and the division of labor by gender. Cities work better for men. And in this block, we will discuss the importance of a design that takes into consideration the necessity of the entire population. Each population group uses public spaces in unique ways. And with that, we have to think about the characteristics and the particular necessities of each segment in the population when designing and executing public work. So let's continue. In the beginning of our last session, we will deal with a case study that will represent the approach of gender in the program Water and Sewage More and Work. What are the lessons learned? Who is going to lead us in this topic, and I already invite her to have a seat up here, will be the Community Promotion Manager from AISA, Veronica Rodriguez. As you prefer. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Veronica Rodriguez. I'm a part from AISA, Argentinian Water and Sanitation Department. Before anything, I would like to thank Fonplata, Luciana, Braz, who helped me a lot in this moment. Thank you for your invitation and for this space, where the idea is to show what we have been developing at AISA and how we can put everything that we've been talking about into practice, and especially what we've been talking about today. Everything that is related to the political alignment that allows us to work in what is a sustainable city is everything that refers to how we can work transversally for the social inclusion and with gender to generate more work. And this we can see reflected in the experience that we have at AISA. As I commented before, AISA is the provider of the water and sanitation services in the metropolitan area of Argentina. And we work with Buenos Aires and 26 provinces in the suburbs. It's the most populated region in Argentina, so we have a high challenge here. We have to take a look at this service because we deal with 14 million population inhabitants, and 2 million of which are from vulnerable population. We identified in all of our action area in AISA 1,150 informal neighborhoods, which we characterize as favelas or slums or settlements that have certain informal or irregular status, especially when we're talking about land rights. So it's a very big challenge for AISA to deal with this and provide this service and to reach this population that is poorer and that it has the highest necessity for our services. So for that, at AISA, we work directly with this population through a direction of movements in the society, where we generate strategies that permit the inclusion of this poorer community. And how do we do this? Through the execution of project proposals that deal with social aspects. We don't only make constructions, but we get to the communities with many tools that permit the social inclusion of these poorer communities. The challenge is, we can see right here on this map, which is the one that we identified the sanitary risk in the whole area of responsibility of AISA, which is the parts that are darker in orange and red, and all the little green dots and blue ones represent the interventions and the technical projects that we have done, because we see that they are being done in the poorer areas specifically. How do we do this? Through a program that is called Water and Sewage. It's a program that has been created into a case study and that we have been working on, and which allows the expansion of the services for these poorer areas with many characteristics that for us are very important. And what would they be? Between the associates or the association between AISA and the community that we work with, who are the stakeholders and a main actor, and work cooperatives that are hired directly by the municipalities to work inside of these projects. These cooperatives are made up of people who are not belonging to the formal system of labor. They are people that live and don't have the opportunity of being employed in specific jobs. And what do we want to do? We want to give them the possibility to work at any employment. As was said before, this water and sewage plan has a main element of socioeconomic justice that we can work with. The actors that we work for and with are at ESA. We are coordinating the entire program and administrating the financing that this program has. We are the ones that intervene in all the technical and social aspects to continue our project. The municipalities are also here, who, with each one, we sign an agreement, and with each project that we continue, we do it exactly so that the municipalities have a protagonism in this process, because it converts into the executor responsible for each of the work, and it will be developed together. And in this situation, municipalities prioritize and show us what areas we have to prioritize and in what time period we can meet each necessity. And this is done through the use of many projects, and each project is done by an agreement that is done and working with a cooperative that might help us. The cooperatives are a main actor and are the people that come from the informal labor market, who were excluded from the job market, and who are the neighbors of the neighborhoods where we will work. The cooperatives are those that contribute the labor for these projects. They are the ones that execute many of the construction projects and the ones that perform the socio-economical activities so that the communities integrate themselves. And the communities and the cooperatives make capacity buildings trainings, which is a fundamental element so that these communities can enter these projects. And these financial institutions in Fonplata Since 2020, we've been working together with Fonplata, who has financed our project, where we predicted our first program with a result that we are applying now. But we have predicted as goals to be met 41,000 connections for water and the interaction between many employment positions through the cooperative and with these people that are added to the program. One of our goals is also that we understand these 1,800 people and that the cooperatives take the equality of gender into consideration. What does this mean? To have a good representation of women in the cooperatives, and also as a main actor here, we have a department from the government who continues the loans that we receive from Fonplata. This program has a very strong development that are being strengthened by the social axis and by the perspective of gender. And this was driven at the end of 2019 when Madalena Aini got into the presidency of AISA, who was the first woman president of a company such as AISA, which drove and asked for as a requirement to work the strengthening of the social axis and the perspective of gender in the programs that we were continuing. And this because AISA developed and drove a very strong gender policy, which takes each of the spaces where the company works at. We have 8,000 employees, and we have a geographic distribution, as I mentioned before, of 26 municipalities, which is a very large intervention area. The idea is exactly to increase the perspective of gender so it reaches every space in the responsible area for AISA. And with this, in this way, we decided to transfer not only our teams, but with all actors and stakeholders that we work with that are related to equality of gender. The Water Plus Work plan started in 2004, so it's been 19 years that we've been working on this, and the success of the program consists in the permanence to keep all the results, even with the changes in administrations. We are very committed with the situation of the national government. And at every moment we've been so we try to develop and generate improvement in each moment and each administration. What are the main pillars of this program? Well, the first one is training. For us, it's fundamental to talk about training and the possibility that all the actors and the work cooperatives participate and are formed to leave capacities and tools installed, and that beyond the program and the work that they're doing have the possibility to continue working outside of this area on the opportunities that we as a program can offer. So this is a way that training can open a door to opportunities that cooperatives can enjoy. The first one is what we call the induction phase, which is the beginning of a project. And this phase takes about 1 day, where we review all the aspects of the program on a general level. And what does this mean? That we review everything about the administrative aspect, everything that is related to the technical work that has to be done, the socioeconomic activities that we have to continue, how the work measure is done, how the payment is being done that is supposed to be performed, because the cooperatives have a project that requires a certain task, be they social techniques that might help them, and this takes a month, and afterwards it can be shown in an economic certificate, which will allow them to have their monthly wages.
This payment is due to the work they are going to do. They do not charge a fixed amount. They do not, if they work more, they charge more. If they work less, they receive less. Okay. So all this explains this journey, because these are the conditions, the issues that we have to understand in order to continue with the work and take it ahead. And then, second instance, we have technical formation, that with technical qualification, because this is what allows them to qualify to do a work that will mean the possibility and the tool in order to work either in the program or as they do, like the companies that are hired, some audit and service when it comes to water and sewage companies. So this qualification we do together with an institute, Leopoldo Marajal, which is an institute that depends of our union, the union of ISA employees. This is a technical qualification institute that counts with the different courses for these sewage works, composed by many cooperative companies, and each of them receive a certificate which is official and homologated by the Ministry of Education. So this technical qualification is fundamental, and it's the first step that should be taken. Everybody will take part in this program. The third instance is social qualification, which is also to prepare to all the social communitary tasks for all the projects. These tasks have to do necessarily with the articulation and with disclosure of the cooperatives and for the time that the project will take place, with the neighbors of the people who live in those neighborhoods, of course, with the organizations and institutions that are contained in these neighborhoods, in this area, that the project will be implemented. And then we have also resources, capacitation. These we are going to do with time, with the capacity to reinforce knowledge, tools that will that are indispensable for the development and qualification, previous qualification for this. These are some qualifications that we do at the end of the project, which are based on what has to do with the strengthening of these cooperative companies, which will allow them to face, to start a new project, which for us is fundamental, this possibility to replicate the project. Now we have some cooperatives, 70% of them are the cooperative that constitute between 2004 and 2008. This is when we gave a big leverage to this program, and 28% of the cooperatives that were formed recently and that were included to the program. But these have this 60% of cooperative, which from 2004 until today, we ensure their continuity of work through this program and what has developed so far. The second fundamental pillar in this program is related to what we call the land segment, because for us it's really important this from the technical aspects through our teams for work inspection and also social communitary issues. This is fundamental to have this segment is going to be monitored when it comes to permanent strengthening and follow-up of everything that is necessary in order for the projects to work, in order to keep and not be being interrupted, because it's certain that this project implying the execution of other secondary water nets, pipeline net, with the complexity that this kind of work demands. So it's not simply an easy task in a public space, but what we are talking about are works with a big complex, it's really complex. So this follow-up is really important, is really strong. So these activities, the main activities, have to do with communication, interaction in the cooperative with all the neighbors, the organizations that are involved. So some neighborhoods we are working with that would the institutions, the communitary spaces, which will allow us to continue strategic with our interventions in the neighborhoods to what is related to the awareness and the possibility to replicate this project to the neighbor communities. So when it's time of implementation, it can be done in a very integrated and articulated way together with the community. Another is the demand management, everything which is related to the reception of the complaints, the consultation process that we have to do with the neighbors, and the return of these consultations and these requirements to the neighbors. So the time informs the possibility. So if somebody complains because of the work or the behavior, some technician who is working there, so to give a rapid response to it, especially to understand how we are open to suggestions and to the neighbors that are receiving these interventions. And finally, the availability that is related to all the meetings and considerations, the importance of the services, the good use that we have, the good use we have to make from that. It's a commercial topic, so we generate some commercial offices in each of the neighborhoods, especially to ensure that social tariff and the debts and everything that is related with that to make easier for our neighbors in all instances. So the results that we have achieved so far, we can see that these 19 years that we have worked with the plane, we have more than 1,000 works that were carried out. Sewage, water, we benefited more than 1.6 million inhabitants, and we carried out more than 270,000 connections of water and sewage in the municipalities, which is the ISA concession area. In the period that we had, we had the follow-up of Complata to take this program beyond. We generated more than 600 posts of work. So 28% were incorporated, and the incorporation of these 690 women to the works of this program. So in 2019, we identified 2% of the women population in the program. This number was increased, and today we reach 37% of female participation in the program. And the amount of inhabitants that were benefited in this sector is more than 1 million inhabitants from until December 2022. We carried out up to December 31st, 10,500 connections of water and sewage in this period with the cooperation of Fomplata. As I said before, in this program, this is a program that we have been carrying out from 2004, so it takes 19 years, and year after year, we understand how to generate different kinds of impulse adaptations in order to improve this program, so the program is really sustainable with time. One of the main impulses we had in 2019, and like I said, is related to the perspective, the gender perspective and possibility of bringing women to this work. The fact of comparing women, we have so many women, and with that we have a goal, if not people that we ended up talking on the topic that is related on the needs, what the needs are, this inclusion, integration that we can generate with that, as well as, let's say, we can generate this gender inclusion in the program. So the ISA policy that was increased in 2020, we started working strongly with that. We are going to share a video to understand and contextualize how we worked these alignments with the program until today. So please, if you can play this video, you can understand what I'm saying better through the video.
Empresas, elaboración de la guía de uso no sexista de la lengua, actividades y campañas permanentes de sensibilización y difusión, cartelería de obra y señalética con perspectiva de género, programa de gestión menstrual. Incorporamos el lenguaje inclusivo no sexista en toda la empresa. Fomentamos la paridad en cargos jerárquicos y la distribución de tareas sin sesgos. Pensamos y ejecutamos nuestras obras con perspectiva de género. Apuntamos a que las licencias por tareas de cuidado sean compartidas. Desarrollamos protocolos para abordar casos de acoso.
Here on the platform, we have some protocols with general support, their qualification, with an approach to fight against violence. So women are the ones who impact more these services. So we have a collective effort, because we know the way and how to do it, that would allow a more fairer working post for the women who work with us.
¿Cómo implementamos esta política
So as we complemented this policy, this ISA policy in the programs for water and sanitation, the evolution of this implementation had its phases, and we reached 2015. This is when we started doing that. And sorry, 2020, which was fundamental to incorporate there. So we developed all the projects, to open this commitment of the municipality to work this topic, and also to hire cooperatives to strengthen them around these topics that would meet the demands, the needs of all the topics that would deserve our attention, that could be strengthened during that period. This for us is fundamental and is part of the lessons learned that somehow it is mandatory, but it helps us to strengthen this with time, as well as we didn't have any kind of workshop or qualification of gender, and we do everyone we work with understand that. So besides that, we put focus to solve these situations in the cities that are presenting that this obviously for the integration of women. This is related, for example, to the type of protection element, vocational element for the work they are going to perform. So the elements that women can use, the possibility that the person has, for example, an appropriate and adequate restroom, a place to change clothes. So also some chemical restrooms so they can use in their work site, especially to meet this kind of need that women need, as well as other aspects related to women. We also work on the training, to train the team, giving them direction, to empower them to take decisions in order to identify what their needs are and act on that. We also work, we adapted our materials. So a non-sexist use of the language. We did what we call, what is not only for the people in charge of communication, but distributing like some leaflets, giving assistance so everyone can do something better. So every kind of material that we could prepare, we did. In 2021, we had the diagnosis that consisted basically of gathering this disparity and to respond to each cooperative to see how they felt facing that situation, and surveys, especially with women that were being incorporated to the work, to understand what the strategies to the future have to be. For example, until 2020, we see a guide for action and a protocol to treat these issues related to gender discrimination. It is fundamental, so let's say, to avoid situations and conditions and to ensure safe conditions for all the women who work in this program. We also participated in some activities with some like special dates, November 21st, and like you said here, which is related to inclusion of a clause that demands for the commitment of working in that line. And the second lesson learned is to give the same training for women and men, so they have the possibility of accounting with the same tools and capacities of men in order to perform this kind of work that is associated to a more male environment, I would say. So this way, we decided to adopt the possibility. So we are going to do, we train them so that men have the possibility of doing the same work as women and having the access to the same service as well in this program. And lastly, another lesson learned is to create safe workspaces, and this we worked last year. Is the idea in this year of 2023 is exactly to being able to put it in practice and to have these principles for the cooperatives which we work with. So everybody that were incorporated in that sense. And just to conclude, I'm going to share with you a testimonial of women who are part of our program, who count, who tell their experience, and who are also benefited from this project. Can you please play the video? She is Nora Granero. She is the work leader of the cooperative, Carolina Cuevas. She has worked for 5 years there in Bairro Azul. She is part of the water project. So everything is new. During many years, I worked on the streets. Now I know what a formal job is, and then we put in practice with everybody who works with us. So I've seen many people, good people who work with us, people who make the project. Actually, this is something we didn't used to see before, and I like working here now with all the working posts. So, and I wake up at 7, I'm really punctual. I always have 1 hour to do my things. So I feel really happy with that. Beyond this was a work opportunity. So, and this is, it's common for the people who are with us, the work labor, they are anxious about that. I know they are anxious about now it's maybe in September. I don't want to lie to you, but I see that the neighborhood improved a lot. So far here, water is really something necessary to all households. I'm really happy because I have water, a piping water at home. This is beautiful because it's something simple and unexpected, but now we do have it. We are carrying out some works here in all it's the sewage net, and here we had many works. This one is for a sewage treatment, 1,700 meters, and many people were benefited from it from the beginning. We are part of this inclusion, let's say. Many women are part of this, and they join this work, and for us that represents a lot because it's important for women. We removed many of them from the streets. We are really happy. For me, it's an important advancement. I have a will, and it's years that especially this is an advancement in different aspects, now having this treated water here, natural gas, the use of the phone, optical fiber. Now we have everything. Everything is okay now. So with that, I would like to say a bit what we notice on the other side with the project, that the results that we've had that are visible, let's say, for us, what we've been doing, because many people are part of these works, because it is a safe work, it dignifies them. So, and 690 women were part of the program that goes really beyond that, or to really have gender equality. It is possible to incorporate women to the project. This is a bit of the general level results of the courses, the trainings, workshops, the number of hours we took to implement it, and we have as a big challenge to work this together with the municipalities, which we believe have the potential to organize this, the leaders that have to take it on this challenge, especially because the municipalities that we work with, the cooperatives, and which each of their neighbors and communities in that process. So for us, it's a very important subject. It's very important to generate these spaces for communication, for disclosure. For example, this space we have to tell our experience. So the same way I am take this amount of experiences and projects and ideas which are really interesting and which we normally listen to, we think about, we have problems to solve, or we have some to apply some. This is why these things that we shared in 2 days of work, I hope that this is useful for you, the project is useful for you, all this experience, and that you can replicate this kind of program in your municipalities. Maybe we can plant a seed to build a better world, or at least a better space for each of us. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for the team, for the on behalf of ISA community. We are very proud to have this success case to present to you. Thank you very much.
Vamos lá.
So gender and diversity on sustainable urban development. It's important to incorporate the perspective of gender to planning and execution of works in city. How to project city to everyone, how to stimulate inclusive strategies in the design of the cities. Some of the questions we wanted to leave with you to be answered, because thinking this topic is not thinking the future, it is to think about the present to ensure a better future. And this is especially on this topic that we are going to have our last presentation that will approach gender and diversity in the sustainable development. Yes, we invite the gender and diversity of From Plata, Claudia Gutierrez, please to take your seat here.
Good afternoon. I will be the last person that will present now. First, I would like to talk very quickly. Thank you very much, Veronica, for this wonderful presentation. It was without a doubt an example to follow. especially in the ones that are considered non-traditional. We find the same thing with ISA about documents that can bring us the lessons learned and the good practices. And our intention is that this document is available on our website so that you might have access as well. I would like to present my presentation with a short video that shows you a little bit about what we're talking about in the panel and what Veronica was talking about. Please go ahead.
For the first time ever, we've completely reimagined the automobile. Introducing the men's only Ford Explorer with no windshield wipers, no heater, no turn signals. Wait, no rear view mirror? No GPS? Are you kidding? It's missing all the parts created by women. Wow, whose great idea was that?
Este video nos muestra la importancia de la inclusión para la creación y toma de decisiones. Si todos estamos
of inclusion for decision making to make the better decisions. And according to reality, when cities allow for a higher participation of women, they convert to be better to meet the SDGs and sustainability in general. This is very valuable. These 2 days we have talked about sustainable cities and our view of how the ideal city would be. A very important characteristic is that they might be inclusive to serve all the people that live in it. According to the World Forum, the modern cities are thought of for the people, limiting women economically and socially. In the world, we know that 12% in Brazil and 15% of the positions of authority are led by women in Brazil and in Europe, respectively. Beyond that, we women are the main users of public services. We face problems in security, health, and public transportation. These are challenges that bring more social and economic inequality. If a woman goes to university at night, she might suffer violence from men, so she will probably not continue to go to college. A child that doesn't have the access to tap water might have problems with health. If a mother has to pick up their children at school and then go to work, she will not have time to participate in projects in her neighborhood and referendums and to vote in the next election. The efficiency of urban qualification represents a problem to the public, and the high social costs for the general population. But this cost is higher for women and children, and most decisions accentuate violence to women in most cases. We are only connected when we are secure and we feel safe and we have access. Because even with all these problems, are we able to deal and contribute to the richness in the long term? And we want to actually contribute. To do this contribution, we have to support women using all the potentialities from the population. And for that, we are in a process of generating strategy based on gender and with the empowering of women. This is a key to overcome these challenges. And Fomplata does exactly this. That's why in the case of gender, we need to learn from our mistakes and contribute for the empowerment of women. And we are doing this with the help of many institutions, but especially this is one of the characteristics that we include in our businesses a lot. One of the key characteristics is to listen, and the importance and institutional commitment from all levels, but especially from the higher authorities. And this speech has to come together with public policies, with concrete objectives. And in this sense, we at the bank are also taking on a commitment to try to have a gender strategy that is institutionalized and transcends people and which encompasses the entire organization. Other lessons learned in our projects that we use for elaborating our strategy is the importance of capacity building in terms of gender for all people. At Fonplata, we have conversations together with universities where we are learning together, analyzing projects and the strategies from the projects from similar institutions. All the key aspects that we saw as well in the videos from ISA shows the autonomy, economic and social autonomy that women can get thanks to the insertion in employment and financing institutions that invest in infrastructure. This can help include women as well in employment that is usually traditionally seen as a man's job, because we know that you are very close to us, you know the society, you are the main interested parties to have a lasting, powerful impact. And for that, we need to strengthen the capacities in terms of diversity. For any activity, Fonplata, as you know, has been working together with many countries from the designing until the conclusion of our projects. So we know that making this gender structure transversal is necessary, but it's very sensitive. We know that we need resource and time. And with that, we talked to Luciana, where we approved a credit line with financial conditions that are more favorable. And we try to support the institutions to support these systems. This credit line will be given to projects that promote gender inclusion and generate employment opportunities for young people. It's very interesting for our partnerships to follow up with our partners throughout the whole process. There is still a lot to do, but working together, we will be able to get farther ahead. And public spaces, accessing public spaces without limitations and mobilizing the city, making it safer and easier to access should be the norm. We want an active lifestyle without any risk to health to be built. They say that a city has social changes. We take advantage of social spaces to work in many situations. Thank you very much.
E depois desses dias de tanta troca e tanto aprendizado aqui no Fórum de Prefeitos e Cidades
After a
Sustentáveis,
day of so much work in the Forum for the Mayors, Sustainable Cities, we will end with a couple of remarks of exactly what was learned in this learning environment. Now we will invite to come up here Mrs. Joana Sarmento, representative from EIB, to make us some considerations. I would like to ask everyone up here. Mrs. Joana is already here. I would also like to invite Mrs. Luciana Botafogo and Letícia Dufay. Please come up here and have a seat. Good afternoon, everyone. I know that we are already at the conclusion part. We have all taken many conclusions from these last 2 days. It was a very full day with a lot of interactions, and so I won't stay for too long with another presentation here. I just wanted to thank everyone's presence, the ones that are here with us until now, and those as well who are at home watching us through their computers. I would like to thank you on behalf of Life and Fonplata for the cooperation that we've had in the past few years and in this event. I would also like to thank AFD. I know that this cooperation is an example of Team Europe, which has been announced by the European Commission. Thank you very much, and I'll see you next time. Letícia? Thank you. Once again, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to participate in this forum. I would like to congratulate Fonplata for the great organization. And I would also like to congratulate EIB and the European Union for the organization, and also the speakers for the quality of the debates. I would like to close this forum by remembering that the equality between men and women is a priority for AFD, and because it's an issue of human rights and justice, but also to take advantage of the economic and social potential of all society. Women are fundamental to development. Unfortunately, nowadays, women and young people especially women, are mostly impacted by poverty, climate change, and aggression. They have more difficulty to access education, healthcare, employment, and they also face more discrimination in all areas, in all countries. The pandemic brought forth these inequalities that persist among men and women, and also the violence that they are submitted to, which is an expression of an unequal system. As I said before, the fight against gender inequality is a problem of everybody. Everybody has a role to play, and each can bring some value. Municipalities and public banks, but preferentially together. I would also like to greet our Brazilian and international bankers for the projects that were presented earlier today. In Brazil, AFD is committed in different projects with municipalities for the promotion of women, like Curitiba, for example, Porto Alegre, and Rio Grande, to cite a few. Every year, we organize a seminary about gender with the International Association of the Mayors to identify the mayors' priorities, but this is not enough. We want to go beyond with holistic projects that seek to create partnerships between the civil society, private and public companies. In the next few months, we will create a pilot project to expand this field of opportunities for employment that is offered to women victims of violence in urban areas, and the difficult, where we also want to face the difficulty of being employed by registry. This project will be possible with the mobilization of all sectors that need to have a clear mandate and a precise strategy so that all the objectives can be reached. So AFD is at your disposal to work together with all municipalities and Brazilian and international banks about this topic in the fight against inequality, against women or youth or vulnerable populations. Once again, I would like to thank you for your invitation to participate in this forum. And so I'll see you next time when we're talking about gender. Thank you. And let's finish with some remarks from Mrs. Luciana Botafogo. Thank you very much. Well, finally, it's done. First of all, I would like to thank you for your presence, for the brave warriors that are still here on a very rainy Thursday, everybody wanting to rest. But we've had 2 very intense days with a lot of work, a lot of exchange of information, which started from the macro to the more detailed oriented part. I think that with that we learned a lot. We show what has been done, and we learn from what others are doing. Fonplata works in proximity with us. We've said this many times, and many times I've talked with high authorities, including the Europeans, when I said Fonplata is a very fast, a very useful bank, and they say, oh, so they just do it in any way, right? They just do it very quickly. But no, this is the point of the seminary. We do it very quickly. We understand the necessity of a country. We are Latin America. We are Switzerland. We want to learn from Luxembourg and Switzerland. We want to learn from the countries which have a higher standard, but we are adequating all these best practices to the realities of our 5 countries, which are very different. I can't even compare São Paulo with another city, like, for example, Chaco, Paraguay with Buenos Aires as well. I can't compare Itabuna with Fortaleza. They are different cities, different realities, but independent of our differences, we can learn these lessons and try to replicate them and adapt them to each one's needs. So Fonplata is a small bank. We are only 79 employees, acting in 5 countries, so 79 people in 5 years, with $3 billion portfolio to execute. So it's a lot of work for not many people, but we have a very committed team that supports to be able to do something with 79 people. And to do that, we have to support our partners and municipalities and the executors, and of course, with the partnership that comes with us, giving us tools and instruments so that we can do a good job. So we have to do it fast, well, and together with our executor. So this is what we tried to show in these 2 days, and we try to learn from these experiences. So now finally we get to all the thank yous that I have to give. I will start with Lampert, who was the mental organizer of this event, who gave me the idea to create this organization. So he was my intellectual mentor for this event. So I would like you to transmit this to him, how grateful I am for him for this idea. I would also like to thank everyone here now, our partners, EIB and AFD, who joined us with knowledge, but also with money, because nobody does anything for free. So we are paying a little bit, but they're both contributing strongly so that we might have this event. I would also like to thank the participation of all mayors that are here, you who have given some time out of your day, the specialists, the people from TIPSA who brought information for us, and shared a lot of it with us. And of course, not less important, our entire team. Álvaro, Blas, Carolina, Ana, André, Cláudia. So with 79 people creating and executing and supervising projects, to also think and execute an event such as this one, Soledad and Lucia as well, all of you, thank you so much for your job, for your dedication, and for all your effort and performance that we had to do to execute such a great event. Thank you very much, everyone, and I will see you next time.
Fórum de Prefeitos e Cidades Sustentáveis fica por aqui.
So the Forum for Mayors, Sustainable Cities ends here. Thank you very much for your presence. See you soon. Bye-bye.